Bank of Africa. As strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntax tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
Good morning and welcome to Newsfile. This is your most authoritative news analysis platform. And as you know, always, we put Ghana first. And today, we look at the AXA energy deal, which has brought up a lot of issues. The holy rain, $1 million in bribes. Will Ghana take steps to also deal with those who were recipients of the bribes, as the one who facilitated and paid the bribes looks to go to jail for 30 good years in the US. It's legal vacation. But why are lawyers for those facing oral prosecutions refusing to show up in court? Do they have a case? And will their clients be forced to go on with the trial during the vacation without their lawyers? Is the vacation illegal, unconstitutional? Is it unconstitutional and wrong for the court to insist on trial of those cases during the vacation? Do you agree with the GBA and the lawyers, or you disagree? And then Goldbod. Has it really made losses as claimed? We will check the facts. I'm Samson Ladi-Anyenini. We'll be right back to deal with the vexed matters.
Wanu buada kafi owa totro o adoyia aja agbomacho afisinala. Balala na mama dina sesi esia yi ano agbe le tome fafa yi yoma amadaka mala nkulam de anu o
Good Conduct Great Life is brought to you by Indomie. Tastes great.
More Kivo inside. Kivo Gari Soaking Mix, a taste of Ghana.
Pressure is on, the clock is ticking, and everything is riding on one dish. Season 5 brings you tougher challenges, sharper judges, and the most fearless young chefs Ghana has ever seen before. One will sweat, one will cry, and one will lift up that trophy. Who's got what it takes? This is where the next generation of great chefs get their start, and this season, they are not holding back. So pull up a seat or grab a popcorn, or better still, join us in the kitchen. Big Chef Junior Season 5 shows every Sunday at 4 p.m. only on Joy Prime. Now let's see what these kids are really made of.
Big Chef Junior Season 5 is proudly brought to you by Frital Vegetable Oil. You deserve a life of goodness. Fortune Spread. Yummy delicious, always on point. Gino truly cares. Didi Shito, Efia Dienye, Sanko for natural spices. No salt, no MSG, no preservatives. Genie Mayonnaise Premium, Ghana's best-selling mayonnaise. Left Signature, driving progress through technology and engineering excellence. Wisdom Salt, bringing food to life.
In Ghana today, when a civil servant is caught in corruption, he is either suspended or dismissed. But when a political leader is caught, all we hear is, oh, we are setting up a committee and let us allow investigations to work. And before you realize, their names have been cleared, quiet.
My opponent obviously generated their point from alibaba.com. Otherwise, they would have discovered that 74% of all corruption cases in Africa are as a result of civil servants and not the politicians, as reported by Transparency International in the year 2022.
The battle of brilliant ideas is back. The 2026 Love FM Cal Chaco Toothpaste High Schools Debate is finally here, bringing together the brightest young minds from across the Ashanti region to challenge opinions, defend facts, and inspire a new generation of leaders. Watch students from some of the region's finest senior high schools go head-to-head on thought-provoking national and global issues as they battle for glory, pride, and the ultimate debate championship. Love FM Cal Chaco Toothpaste High Schools Debate is in partnership with the Ashanti Regional SRC, CHAS, and the Regional Directorate of GES. Love FM Cal Chaco Toothpaste High Schools Debate, trumpeting the voice of young ones on issues of national interest.
Powered by
Gold, bauxite, manganese, lithium, Ghana's minerals, and billions, and now anchor our national reserves. But in the communities that host the mines, the question is simple: what stays here? On the 18th of August 2026, that question gets answered in public.
Here in the catchment communities, this is what's really at stake: jobs, local content, corporate social responsibility. People here want a fair share of what's mined on their land. And in the room, the conversation will be about what the large-scale mining companies are doing to better livelihoods in their catchment areas, and also the Goldbod reforms in the artisanal and small-scale mining sector. And finally, the signing of the catchment charter, which will put all these commitments into writing. The National Mining Dialogue 2026, rethinking the social license to operate. Regulators, large-scale mining companies, small-scale mining companies, gold buyers, traditional leaders, and host communities, all at one table.
Live from Kempiski Hotel, Accra, on Joy News, Adom TV, and Asempa FM, and all our social media handles. Chairperson for the event, Gamanche, His Royal Majesty, King Takite Kuchu II. Special guest of honor, Dr. Julius Debra, Chief of Staff to the President of the Republic of Ghana. Special guests, the Honorable Emmanuel Amakofi-Boa, Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and Member of Parliament, Elembele Constituency. The National Mining Dialogue will be held on the 18th of August 2026, 12 p.m. The National Mining Dialogue is powered by Ekusi Sen on Asempa FM in collaboration with Semis DS Group Limited, partners, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, the Minerals Commission, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, and the Ghana Gold Board.
This August, the Super Morning Show is done pretending. Sustainability isn't just tree planting, it's whether the systems we depend on actually last. Lights that stay on, water that reaches the bucket, food that nourishes people instead of rotting away, roads that take us home instead of taking our lives. When things keep failing, that's a sustainability crisis. So this month, we're asking why. Why land guards still run our neighborhoods? Why food rots in bins while our neighbors sleep hungry? Why the road that killed your cousin still has no signage? Why half the water you pay for never reaches your bucket? Uncomfortable? Good. That's the point. Stay tuned to the Super Morning Show throughout August for Joy Sustainability Month. Sponsored by MTN and Momo.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Where Duraplas goes, water flows.
PS Industries has introduced a new roofing system known as ColorLink Plus.
Flamingo paint, simply superior.
Syntex tank, are you strong? Are you tough?
Cherry Tree Properties. We develop spaces as though we were going to occupy them.
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. Now, briefly take you to Samson's Stake. And what am I talking about? I'm talking about a situation that almost brought some problems to this country that's had a peaceful religious situation of coexistence between Christians and Muslims, and yet we find ourselves in a difficult place. So Samson's Stake, I title it, When Sanity Prevails and What Religiosity Cost Us. We must pause and take a deep breath and offer unreserved praise to the National Chief Imam, his leadership, and members of the clergy for intervening to douse what was fast becoming a dangerous fire. When the unacceptable video surfaced showing a pastor being slapped while in police custody, the public outrage was swift, righteous, and justified. The Minister for the Interior rightly condemned the act, and the police acted to arrest the perpetrator. But in a country where religious tensions can easily be ignited by the actions of a few, it took the swift, mature, and statesman-like leadership of the Chief Imam, Muslims, and Christian leaders to pull us back from the brink and preserve our cherished peaceful coexistence. For that leadership, we owe them a debt of gratitude. This Chief Imam has shown over and again that he's godly and he's God sent. Yet, as we celebrate this peaceful resolution, we cannot ignore the mirror this entire incident holds up to our society. It forces us to confront once again what our brand of incurable religiosity is doing to us. You know, being religious is not the same as being spiritually pure. Otherwise, this country will not be a place where corruption thrives as we see it. How did we arrive at a point where a house of the police, a person in police custody, a sanctuary of law and order, becomes a scene of fiscal assault, and where religious zeal so quickly threatens to fracture our national peace? We parade ourselves as a deeply religious nation, filling churches and mosques to the capacity, yet our public spaces are too often governed by intolerance, lawlessness, and a performance of faith that lacks moral substance. If our faith only serves to incite outrage, provoke violence, or demand tribal alignment under the guise of religion, then we are merely practicing ritual without righteousness. True spirituality does not seek vengeance, nor does it hide behind fiscal abuse. It demands law, justice, restraint, and mutual respect. The chief imam and the clergy demonstrated what true spiritual leadership looks like, choosing peace over provocation and nationhood over sectarian pride. It is now up to us, to the rest of all of us, to let our faith reflect in our civic discipline, ensuring that our religiosity ceases to be a liability to our national peace. And that is my take. I'll be right back with my guest.
From the heart of Africa we stand, building dreams across the land. Every step we lay aside, helping you rise, taking you higher.
Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher. African Bank with global reach. BOA make your future glow. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher. African Bank with global reach. BOA make your future glow. BOA, we go there for you night and day. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Late night study session, endless assignments, and now these urchins and mosquitoes.
You guys are sitting here just have you done the assignment Mr. Pachi gave us?
How do we do this assignment? These mosquitoes.
Let me quickly upload this and deal with these mosquitoes.
See miracle.
Abro mosquito spray. Solution to keep your home mosquito free.
Mom, this is what I call a good night's sleep.
Oh yes, baby. With Abra Mosquito Spray, you get to sleep comfortably and wake up refreshed.
Marketed and distributed by Kosharish Ghana Limited, number 5 Sprintex Road, Accra, Ghana. Please call 0243-690-066. Abra Mosquito Spray. One blast, total protection.
That's right. Did you see that? That is me. Without me, that tap would just be decoration.
That's so. So when the water comes, where exactly is it waiting? Pipe. I also didn't see any bedroom no. Me tank. Me na me cry.
At least I move water.
And I keep it safe.
Without me, nothing flows.
What's happening?
I bring the life.
I preserve it.
Hey, why is the water going on and off like this? Maybe I can do it alone.
Maybe I need you too.
Strong, reliable, built for every home.
Syntex pipes and tanks.
The perfect
water team.
Syntex, a year strong, a year tough. Yes, please. You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. And here on Newsfile, as always, we put Ghana first. My guest right here in the studio, Victoria Bright, international corporate lawyer and entrepreneur, and Roxanne Nelson Eche Kwame, the Femapo, who is the national president of the Ghana Law Society. He's MP Saldai and the majority chief whip. Also joining us via Zoom, Nana Ejeba Foewa, vice chair of the subsidiary legislation committee and member of the Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament, James Kobnabonfe Jr. He is CEO of Census and lecturer at the UPSA. Ben Boachi, Executive Director, Africa Center for Energy Policy, also joins us via Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning, and thank you for making time to be with us.
Good morning, Samson.
Great.
Good morning, Samson.
You're welcome, my brother.
Thank you.
Right. Okay, so are we justified as Ghanaians in seeking that the state would do something beyond what the United States of America prosecutors have found, leading to the conviction of Beko Kwaku Asante, and he facing jail potentially for 30 years in November when he will be sentenced? Are we justified in pushing every, where that something has to be done? In fact, the minority has held a press conference and is insisting that they don't even trust that the law enforcement organizations will do a good job. Let's hear the minority as led by Bafo.
MPP wishes to place on record its lack of confidence in the current Attorney General as far as the handling of this matter is concerned. Since assuming office on the 22nd of January 2025, Dr. Dominic Ayeni, as Attorney General, has been associated or has been keen with the filing of discontinuance or nolle prosequi or abandonment of prosecutions involving persons connected with both the previous government and the current NDC administration. We recall, in particular, the Attorney General's entry of nolle prosequi in matters including the SNIT scandal, the Saglemi housing projects case, the Goldbod related cases, the Unibank case, among others. These decisions have raised serious questions about accountability, the recovery of public funds, and the extent to which taxpayers may ultimately bear the financial consequences. Against this background, we do not believe that the Attorney General can command the confidence of the Ghanaian public to independently investigate or prosecute allegations involving officials or politically connected persons of the NDC.
Right. So he led the minority group in Parliament. Well, they're on recess, but he led them on to this particular press conference, and this is what they are saying. So as you already know, we don't want to belabor the issues, but we'll get into the background as to how all of this, came about for the former managing director of the Tema Oil Refinery. He was managing director for only 3 months or so in 2020. Got himself into trouble about this when in 2014 we had a power crisis, and in Turkey they decided to assist us somewhat to get some relief through this power installations. And then in 2015, bribes are paid, and there's a chain of evidence that show that he, Asante Beko, who was working with Goldman Sachs, and Goldman Sachs had an interest in the Turkey projects. They had an interest of nearly or about 60% in that deal, but they had suspicions, and their suspicions led them to withdraw, and that led to investigations. And Asante Beko then got into trouble. He's Ghanaian and American. So the Americans filed civil suits against him. Some of these, he went to settle those cases. They are civil, so they didn't lead to any conviction, so to speak. He got arrested in the UK, and then I think that was in 2022, in November thereabout or so, and then in 2024 he got deported to the U.S. to face the criminal charges. Criminal charges, particularly about, breaching the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act of the United States of America, money laundering and violating the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. And this is where he finds himself now, having been convicted by a U.S. federal jury for a $1 million bribery scheme related to the power plant project in Ghana. The trial lasted only 9 days, concluded on August 6, 2026, and Beko is facing up to 30 years in prison. And the bribery, as you know, involves payments to Ghanaian government officials to secure approval for a lucrative energy deal with a Turkish company, AXA Energy Return AS. Okay, that one I'm not too sure I got the pronunciation correct. We always avoid it. Right. So now the chain of the people who have been found that he paid the monies to. The US have the list, they know the names. In the court documents, the names will be there. But in communicating to the public, they have a certain standard. And so they have redacted and used aliases. So you see, conspirators, which are companies, 2 companies involved, as in consultancies involved, 1 and 2. Then you see the government officials that, they call them official 1, and so they don't call them by names. But because they name the ministry and the head of the ministry at the time, Dr. Akufo-Addo, it is very obvious to many people that he is the one in question, and then there's someone else who works with him or in that office who is also being linked to it. And then when you go to the Energy Commission, and then also the PURC, where bribes were paid. There are some people being fingered in that regard. So before we go to the politics of it, let's begin a setting understanding, a good background. Ben Boakye, as I announced earlier, is Executive Director of the Africa Center for Energy Policy. Ben, thanks for joining us. Hello, Ben.
Thank you very much for having me.
Good. So you are the guys who have followed this since 2014, when those, energy installations, emergency energy installations were being discussed, among other things. From where you sit, are you surprised about what we now know?
No, I'm not surprised at all, something. I think we knew something was wrong with all the contracts that were being signed at the time. And in fact, we had criticized value for money issues around the contracts because of some information that we had, on these agreements. Typically, when you want emergency power plants, either through direct negotiation or sole source contract, you must at least have a pool of power plants that will give you offers, and then you choose the best one out. And to be able to even get a pool, you may want to announce it to the wider public that you want power within this time frame, and who was willing to give it to you at what price, then you consider it. But we looked at some of the power plants that were coming in, like the AXA one, and how the company was putting together the power plants. I mean, these are typically engines. It's not one block generation system that generated 370 megawatts, like you have with a gas turbine. These are smaller 17.5 megawatt plants that were pulled together to achieve this 375. So we had information from people in the system, in PURC and others, who were telling us where the power plants were coming from, how much the contractor was buying them, and what reasonably should inform the cost, or the tariff we negotiate with the IPP. So we had data that we were using to engage government on the power plant. And we thought that it was overpriced because you saw these engines being taken here and there, 1.2 million, 1.8 million, few of them $2 million. You put them together, you are thinking about $30 million maximum. Assuming you retrofit them, you buy land, whatever bribes you are paying, whatever lands you are buying, maximum $100 million. If you double 60 million, assume $100 million for it. And then the ministry was signing a contract that gives the contractor capacity charges and variable charges, $720 million. It didn't make sense to us. And we thought that we needed to represent the state better by looking at those numbers and not just assume that because it's an emergency, we are too desperate to commit the future to, those huge payments that would occasion. And sadly, no one will listen. Parliament won't listen because Parliament ordinarily would have been the last stop where these contracts would be checked and thoroughly examined by the committee, engaging on the evidence that will be brought before Parliament, the technical reports, those who would have traveled to go see the plant, those who would have dug on the history of the plant, where they have been stationed, how much power has been generated in the past, how old the plant is, and be able to apply the relevant discounting methods to be able to achieve an optimal price for it. But none of those really was done by Parliament as we did to establish that it was too expensive. And yet we went on to sign it for 5 years, committing to pay $720 million to it. And what is even intriguing is that if you track the history of the plant and how it performed over the contract period, the plant actually worked for 16% of the contracted time and period. So much of the period that we paid for were just paying for the capacity because we didn't need it. And we borrowed in most cases to even pay for the plant that we never used.
So all of this goes into the energy sector, debts that threaten our economy, does it?
It goes beyond the energy sector debt. Because what you are paying, sometimes if the energy sector is not able to pay for, Ministry of Finance borrows. So some of the Eurobond borrowings, some of the local bonds that we issued were used to pay IPPs. So a chunk of it also sits as government debt beyond the energy sector estimation. And if you even look at the interest payments that government does on loans that is borrowed, they don't come as energy sector debt because Ghana government borrowed and to be calculated as government debt. But all of that can be accounted for in the energy sector debt. Usually when you see the estimations from energy sector recovery plan, looking at the energy sector cost, they look at the nominals arising from the sector. But the liabilities and how they are addressed and the consequential interest that we have to pay, those are not even mentioned in those estimations. But once government borrows, the assumption is not even an assumption, it's clear that the interest payments are also part of the debt, which will have to be accounted for. But we haven't done the numbers to actually look at how much we are paying on interest and the total liability that results from these kinds of arrangements.
So with the benefit of hindsight, you can say categorically that we were shortchanged with this deal.
We were sure from day one that we're being shortchanged. But of course, there are people who have the mandate to represent the state. And once they go through the laid down processes, the legal processes, and got Parliament to approve it, you can only say what you want. But that's what the Constitution provides, and that's what our system provides. And all the boxes were checked in that respect to commit us to those debts.
You had been hoping at the time that the committee in Parliament, was your last resort, but they much earlier went to Turkey, and then we are discovering now that they received some payments. Do you think that the amounts they received were sufficient to compromise them?
I think we can pay them that much if that's what they want. I would agree to pay parliamentarians, a committee, even $1 million if that's what they want. we can save $500 million, $1 billion. Because if you look at the numbers that are being quoted in the judgment, sometimes you assume that if you're seeing contract over price 5, 6, 7 times, you would assume that maybe a minister is getting $50 million or some $100 million, and he's willing to sell the country for it. But to see that the amount is 1,250,000, and that is what even in the records of Beko, that's what we are seeing. What he actually paid could even be lower than what he claimed to have paid to them, right? So then you ask the question: is it worth, the kind of sacrifice? You sacrifice the entire country on that.
Okay, Ben's
take these peanuts and allow that, where billions of dollars of public funds. Now we are even talking about having reduced it to about $1 billion, but it used to be $2 billion of under recoveries that the Minister of Energy, Minister of Finance have to always cough to actually support the energy sector, and it's all because of these kind of contracts that has been signed and overpriced, and also the inefficiencies that result from it, that we are paying for all these kinds of debt.
Beyond your
in the sector.
Beyond your research from the inception, and I remember hosting you guys over and again, and you guys were shouting hoarse, nobody was ready to listen to you, and so on and so forth. And there were all these accusations against some of you, and even you as individuals. A pattern we are very familiar with in our political discourse here in this country. Once you are raising an opposition to something, even with facts, particularly the party in power will mobilize, its call them whatever, against you, and they will start throwing debt at you. They will leave the real issues and begin talking about some mundane thing just to, as it were, damage your reputation. We also know that the IMF, our other international partners, have been very worried about the costs of these emergency power installations, right?
Absolutely. I mean, so the IMF will not do the work we are supposed to do for us. You sign your contract, so they will only look at the outcome of those contracts and model that within your fiscal system to see whether you are actually being able to pay or addressing it. The country always has a responsibility to make sure that contracts are right. The prices you are paying for the generation of power is the right one. If you sign any useless contract, the IMF will only plug that into the model to see how you pay for it and be able to keep the sector sustainable. So when IMF says that, for example, PRC should do automatic tariff adjustment, they're only telling government that do what you have signed up to. Respond to the contracts that you have signed up to. They don't negotiate contracts for us. They only look at our behavior and develop a model that makes the fiscal sustainable. So the core duty of making sure that electricity is cheaper, contracts are reasonably priced, is the job of the state and the institutions that are established to do that. We have multiple of them. You have the Energy Commission, you have PURC, you have the ministry itself with departments and technical people who are supposed to do a good job, make sure that we understand what we are doing. We know the power plants we are signing up to. We know that the power plant can be reliable or not reliable. It can deliver power, it cannot deliver power. All that are supposed to be done by the technical people and the examination that they will do before even the contracts is signed. And then the economics people will then do the numbers, how much the plant is costing, how much are we paying the investor for leading the project and buying the equipment, compensation for interest, and also profit. You can't estimate all of that by deploying the commercial tools that you have and the technical people who will use them to model to make sure that it's optimal. But to have all these people failing to deliver it, IMF can only plug in what these institutions have done. And in most cases, they haven't delivered, a good job for the Ghanaian people.
Right. When you see the number 30 on the screen, that's potentially how many years he faces. That is Asante Kweku Beko. He faces in jail when the day of sentencing comes in November. That's potentially how many years he faces. Not that as we speak, he's been thrown into jail for 30 years. We need to clarify that. Earlier, I said that he had been deported by the UK to the US. What I meant was that he had been extradited from the United Kingdom to the United States. And interesting, because they arrested him, it took 20 months, odd months, a year and about eight months from the time of initial arrest in the UK on November 3, 2022 to 2024 before he got deported. He got extradited, I keep saying deported. Just to give you an idea, sometimes we are too much in a hurry. Our investigative bodies in this country are doing one investigation and we are just so much in a hurry, piling accusation upon accusation about they not doing something or the rest of them. These things, they take time. They take time. So let's be patient with them sometimes. Now, so Ben, what do you think we should be doing knowing clearly that we were shortchanged?
I think the matter has been in our court, as in it's been within the Ghanaian space for the state to have started investigation as far back as 2020. That's the criminal end of the story.
2020 when he resigned, is that what you mean?
Yes, and subsequently there was a civil conviction on this matter.
That's right.
Where the same facts were available, that he had paid bribes, to ministers, to agents. So Ghana has known from that conviction that something untoward had happened that we could have started investigating. Perhaps our conviction would have coincided with the criminal conviction if we had started in 2020 to actually look into the matter. We showed no interest in pursuing our end of the story because we were the ones receiving the power plants. We are the ones who are going to pay for it. So the burden on us is even much more onerous than that of the US, who is just trying to apply their own laws to make sure that their citizens do not engage in corrupt practices. They could even ignore this. But those of us at the end of this whole enterprise, we haven't shown any interest to make sure that we save the Ghanaian public some money for the past 6 years and beyond. So now we are hearing the Attorney General is interested. They haven't been interested. If they are interested, we want to see how they pursue this matter and investigate it fully. Because if you look at the people who are alleged to have received money, some 5,000, some 20,000, some 120,000, I keep saying that those who receive 5,000 are as guilty as those who received $1 million.
That's right.
Because they all had a job to do. If you work at PURC or Energy Commission or GRICO, and you are supposed to deliver a technical report, that technical report can stop the transaction. Right? If you took 5,000 and forgot about your technical job, you are as guilty as the one who signed and perhaps allegedly took 1 million for it. So we need a full-scale investigation into those individuals who were involved. Let's see the report that they generated, and let's examine the report, whether it actually passed as a technical report for visiting a plant. We can deduce from that report whether they were induced to actually put up the report that they did. And so that raft of investigation...
Are you suggesting that you have not come to a firm conclusion yet that but for the influence, money that was given, this, project would not have passed? You are not too sure yet?
From the beginning, we were sure that you can go for any power plant, but what matters is the numbers that go behind it. Right? How much are you paying for the plant? Put differently, what I'm asking is that, would you say that
But for the monies that exchange hands, this would not have passed.
Yes, to answer you directly, if proper job was done, there's no way we would have signed a $720 million contract for those power plants. No way. There's no model that will show that Ghana was liable for $720 million for that engagement if we did the right thing. So that's why knowing that report, to see how they generated the numbers, what values did they put in for their plant? Because the cost of investment is critical. You put in your model, you will be able to then assess that it costs the investor this much to bring in the plant. This is how much we compensate for interest, we compensate for profit, maintenance, and the rest of it. So all of that will have to be in the report.
From your independent examination, how much should we have been paying for it? If not 700?
No, for an emergency plant, you are doing a rate of return of around 20%. The last rate of return assessment we did was close to 200% of rate of return. So that clearly shows that we were overpaying. If we paid maybe $250 million to $300 million, you can say, okay, it was an emergency plant. We could take the risk and do it. But to see the numbers double the way they happened, it was outrageous, to say the least. And we need to see the technical report that actually underwrote those kind of engagements for Ghana.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ben. Stay with us. We'll return to you. Roxanne, how are you processing all of that?
Well, I've read the judgment carefully. The American way of writing. And so they allude to co-conspirator 1, 2, 3, and all without mentioning names. So for me, I think the slant against the Attorney General by what's his name?
Ben Boachi.
Ben, it's unfair. I think what the Attorney General, I'm not speaking for him, but I want to surmise that perhaps we're all waiting to get the outcome of the substantive matter before the U.S. court in New York. Now that we have a result, then based on that, he can do some concrete work because it was all allegations, and these matters happened about 12 years ago. So it was
about 11 years ago.
Yes, 2014.
Okay.
Genesis.
Yeah, but properly speaking, 2015.
No, if you trace the history of the transaction,
right.
So the issues began from about 2014,
That's
15,
correct.
16,
That's right.
17. So I'm tracing it to that fact. So these are over 12 years matter. So I think that now that he has a concrete judgment from the U.S. court on his mind, on his hand, he's giving firm indication, as reported by the DAG, that the AG is already launching to teaming up with the U.S. counterparts to deal with the issue. And I welcome it because we all need it. Look, like Ben Boachi said, anybody who took
the first payment of $500,000, $500,000 was on April 15, 2015. Then April
but the first email to kick the transaction happened in 2014.
Right, I get that.
Yes,
I get that. So, but we need to put on record that our institutions have been assisting the process since 2020. So we know that the Attorney General has been assisting, the OSP has been assisting, and I think recently also IOCO has also suggested.
Yes, I was going to get there. So my point is that the OSP indicated that they have offered tremendous assistance in terms of work investigations from here to back the prosecution of the case in the U.S. So it clearly tells you that prosecutorial institutions have been, or investigative institutions have been involved somehow. And they must have gathered some enough material to be able to launch a full-scale investigation into this matter. Now, the call by the NPP that they don't trust the Attorney General is very interesting.
Before the NPP, Ben is saying that they knew about these things all that way back. So why is it that they too didn't do something like the US?
I was going to get there.
Okay.
You see, when my brother said we, the NPP. Meanwhile, 2017, 2018. So I agree with Ben that, yes, the matter has been with us for the past 10 years or more. But the Office of the Attorney General may have decided that let's wait until there's a final determination of the matter before the U.S. Then we can proceed. I'm just surmising. And that being the case, I think that now they have the opportunity to do so. But the angle that they are pushing, that they don't trust the Attorney General to lead this inquiry is very interesting. Because you speak as a member of parliament. You as a member of parliament, your parliament is indicted. Parliament is indicted. So which institution is going to lead this? You are speaking as a member of parliament. The institution that we all serve has been indicted in this matter. So don't push that angle. Let us all agree that we need to do a further inquiry on our own and to bring out the true facts. And if anybody is guilty, my brother, the law must take its course. Because look, like Ben said, we are struggling to find money to build chief's compound to serve our people. We can't buy life jackets for our people who are traveling on the water lake, and therefore, when the boats run into a storm, we lose lives. Life jackets. So for me, these are the serious matters involved.
Something as basic as life jackets.
Thank you very much. We struggle to afford it. So if as a public officer you have a responsibility to do under law, and you corrupted your official duties, you must pay for it. You see, we are not punishing some of these things well enough. And so we all speak about it and we live it. We must begin to apply the sanction. Even if you leave office 10 years ago and some breaches and improprieties have been found as part of your work when you were in office, you must be called back. Until we begin to do those things and demand proper accountability, our future generations won't take us serious. They won't take us serious. So me, I'm in favor of the call, and the investigations must be pursued with alacrity. This matter must not drag. We must pursue it with some purpose and speed and dispatch. The report will be prepared, recommendations will come out, we proceed on the recommendations, if any, and then we prosecute, if any, so that this matter can be put to rest.
But do they have a basis, as in, we'll get to them shortly, but do they have a basis by suggesting that the learned Attorney General has put himself in a situation where he cannot be trusted to prosecute his own? Because we are talking about particularly, say, looking at it from Kwabena Donkor downwards, officials who were in the Mahama administration one. And we're also talking about Mahamad's brother. We don't know which of his brothers, we pretend, okay? We don't know which one of them is involved. But of course, people will go back to Airbus matters. Yeah. They'll go back and say, oh, we know this other brother of his who is known to facilitate some of this kind of government procurement and so on and so forth. He's saying that because of the nolle prosequis that were entered, discontinuance that were entered, and a good number of NDC officials who were let go when prosecutions had progressed, it's evidence that he will not.
Now, is he saying that Godfrey Addo never entered nolle prosequi? I'm here to do the count. But Godfrey Addo, even as a deputy attorney general under Gloria Akufo, he entered nolle prosequi. The basis for entering nolle prosequi in any matter is not for me to decide.
I think it's about high-profile cases, politically exposed persons.
Why? When a group of party people storm a court in the course of court proceedings, can't that matter be a high-profile matter? They entered the nolle prosequi. They said they were not interested. So we can always debate that matter. But I'm saying that the Attorney General, Godfrey Addo was in office
I thought they were eventually prosecuted, except that the fines that were slapped on them were small.
No. The prosecution was in respect of those who went to beat what's his name?
Yes.
Security officer.
The liaison officer.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
But not the judge.
Yeah, okay. But the people who were before court.
Okay.
And they went to attack the court and got them released. Where are they? You became vigilantes. That your colleagues were being prosecuted and therefore they were before court. You stormed the court and the judge had to run for her dear life. You went to free your colleagues from the strictures of the law and allow them to run. Today they become fugitives of justice. So
at the time, the report was that those who were needed to assist the prosecution were not, as it were, ready to cooperate.
Wasn't that convenient? And so it was difficult. Wasn't that convenient? When about 11 people storm an open court, you say you can't find evidence to even determine the identity. So as for the debate around the why and the why not of entry and knowledge proscribe, that is up to a debate. But I'm putting it on record that Gloria Akufo entered the knowledge proscribe. Akufo-Addo was her deputy, one of her deputies, I should say. Akufo-Addo himself got elevated substantive attorney general. He entered knowledge proscribe in this nation. So let's leave the matters on knowledge proscribe.
You have referred to only one situation, which is actually...
No, which I remember, but I'm saying that if I want to check the records, I can get more. But on top of my head, I remember that one.
In that one, what did you say?
We said it was wrong.
Were you happy about it?
No, I wasn't.
Okay.
I wasn't. So that's why I'm saying these are debatable matters.
All right.
Now, the Attorney General has suo motu, not without the prompting from anybody. His deputy is saying, my boss has already initiated contact with his counterparts in the US. How more assuring do you want the man to sound? Now, I am saying that the said inquiry should be conducted with alacrity and some dispatch and speed. I think that is what we should all call for. That, okay, if the news is that the AG has initiated processes to deal with the matter, then we want that to be done with some agency. That's all. I think that's all we should demand and give him some time to deal with the matter. If he's not handling it the way we expect, then we can begin to raise some of these matters. But if ab initio, you yourself, the institution you belong to, you are indicted. You are not coming to this matter with clean hands as a member of parliament. I feel so uncomfortable. And you want parliament to deal with this matter. How is parliament going to deal with this matter when it appears to be in the center of it? Do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Yeah, so because from the reading of the judgment, it appears that the entire expectation was that parliament should have halted this. But we failed. And that for me is the border. And so be a member of one of the committees that are so important in parliament. It should be slow to making such comments. We should be interested in. So we should even talk about how do we even constitute the team to look into the matter? CSOs, which institutions of state? My issue would be the team to constitute the inquiry and look into it. And not say that the AG cannot be trusted and therefore we should bring the matter to Parliament for Parliament to conduct an inquiry into it. So something.
Right.
I'm calling for, having put all the facts together, I'm calling for a quick look into the matter. If it's prosecutable, we prosecute and then we make progress.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And so Roxanne was referring to facts when he spoke about, I just pulled up some of the discussions we had at the time where the Attorney General, in what one of the publications described as a most shocking turn of events, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice decided to discontinue the case and subsequently filed nolli prosequi to drop the case against 8 members who allegedly stormed the Kumasi Circuit Court and freed some of their members who were standing trial for attacking the Regional Coordinating Council. You remember this matter in 2017, soon after they won power. Nana, Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me, my brother.
Right. So how do you justify this, your call? First, tell us what you have read in the judgments and your sense of it.
Good morning to my colleagues in there. My brother Dafiama Paul. Good morning to you, Avant-Garde. My sense of the judgment is that, but for the influence, right, certain approvals would not have been obtained. That's my sense of the judgment. And I say this, and it's very important, it's captured on record, that what is at stake is not merely a discussion of compromises or bribery, but an actual bribery that has led to the conviction of Mr. Beku in the United States of America. And the persons he's been convicted for bribing are not private persons in Ghana. They are public office holders who were in a position to make one decision or the other in respect of the AXA energy deal. And so basically, they are people that have compromised public decision making at a very point where Ghanaians were very vulnerable. And when you listen to Ben Boache, he captures it very well. He captures it very well to the extent that clearly the systems that we have put in place, indeed, not Ben Boache alone. Dafiamopo also makes that admission. Dafiamopo also makes that admission that the systems, right, failed to the extent that he even makes reference to Parliament. And so these are very important matters that we cannot gloss over. We cannot gloss over them because, not merely because of the failings that I've highlighted. We cannot gloss over them because they are becoming one too many. One too many instances where Ghanaian, public contracts are said to have been compromised. And then the persons involved or at the heart of the compromise are convicted in foreign courts, right? It exposes, one, the failure in our systems domestically, the systems for ensuring value for money, and then the systems for ensuring that we prevent corruption or we prosecute corruption locally. And so these things, for me, make it very necessary that in any serious country, there will be an inquiry. And I'm happy my brother Dafiamopo agrees with the New Patriotic Party's position that there's the need for an inquiry, right? And so what it means is that the call we made was not a frivolous call. The call for an inquiry is very, very necessary for any country that wants to make progress. When you have your systems for ensuring value for money, your systems for ensuring prevention of corruption, your system for ensuring or for prosecuting corruption at that level, right, failing not once, not twice, not thrice, but many times, it's then obvious that something is terribly wrong with your system. And so there is the need for an inquiry. And when we do the inquiry, we must make sure that we act on the inquiry. That said, let me proceed to make one correction, and I will address the issue of the Attorney General, our position on the Attorney General. Samson, I want it to be on record that at no point has the New Patriotic Party ever, whilst in government, filed nolle prosequi in respect of any of our appointees, former appointees, persons who are exposed to us sympathetically or however you want to describe it, stand trial for corruption or corruption-related offense, and then nolle prosequi has been filed in relation to it. Under the new patriotic administration, a former appointee under President Akufo, Alhaji Malamisa, was prosecuted, convicted, and sentenced to prison. So we are not known for that as a party, very respectfully. And, these are very serious national matters, and I don't want us to bring in, I don't want us to make it too partisan. And so we have to proceed very cautiously. We don't have to make it very partisan because when I listened to Ben Boache, I cringed that a power plant that we spent over $700 million on could only work for 16 hours. It's for 16%, right? Could only work at 16% of the rate at which it's supposed to work. And we are spending over 700 million. That could only have happened because of the influence that was at play. And it happened because, and it happened at the time when Ghanaians were so vulnerable, such that they like somebody being drowned by water. He wanted to hold on. We wanted to hold on anything and anything that we could see. And so people are taking advantage of us in our vulnerability. Samson, the general concern that Ghanaians have had all these years has been that the Attorney General, be it under MPP, be it under NDC, is not able to prosecute its own. That was the principle that informed the introduction or the setting up of the Office of the Special Prosecutor. True or false? Hello? Something true or false? Hello?
We're listening to you. Go on.
Samson, that was the principle that informed it. And so when we say that an Attorney General, we don't trust him to prosecute his own, first and foremost, it is based on this principle. However, this particular Attorney General has typified, has exemplified that principle. He's the first Attorney General in the history of this country to have, in one full swoop, by the stroke of a pen, filed nolle prosequi against members within its party, persons who are linked to his party, right? One full swoop. He did that. That was the major decision, his first major decision as Attorney General. Now, you are telling me that an Attorney General who has done this can proceed to prosecute his own. Look, the Attorney General didn't end it there. He even brought a gentleman who is famed to insult, right? The NDC didn't end it there. A gentleman who is famed to insult everybody in this country, disrespect chiefs, very respectable people. You've done a commentary, you've done an opinion on this, so I don't need to belabor it. Gave him security protection so that this person can now come and be laundered in our court, be cleaned in our courts. And you are saying that you have confidence in this Attorney General? Look, the persons involved, or the persons who potentially may be culpable in this matter, some of them are still appointed in this government. They are appointees of this government. You have Mr. Dr. Akufo-Addo, for instance, who is a board chair. And I'm not saying he's culpable. I'm saying potentially he may be culpable. He's a board chair. He's a board chairman.
Wait, just hold on. Go on.
He's a board chairman in this government, right? One of them, who used to be the chief executive, Alhaji Amuna, who used to be the chief executive of Gridco, is now the board chair of Electricity Company of Ghana. And since the matter broke, right, since the conviction broke, in fact, my brother Roxanne alludes to the fact that this matter has been with us for some time. Nevertheless, notwithstanding the fact that this matter has been with us, prior to the conviction, these persons had been given appointment. In fact, the governor of the Bank of Ghana, and it's not news to us, because look, the governor of the Bank of Ghana was standing trial, right, for the banking sector cleanup. When his matter, in fact, his was exceptional. The nolle prosequens and the discontinuance that was done by the Attorney General, his was even exceptional. The Attorney General withdrew the charges against him, and then subsequently was appointed the governor of the Bank of Ghana. That tells you the extent to which this government will go to protect its own. Those that were yet to be appointed, who were standing trial, their charges were discontinued. And then some of them given appointment. Now you are telling me that this...
I have a couple of questions for you, but a more substantive question to ask. A more substantive question to ask now is:
I'm in Kumasi.
Who do you want? Who do you want to take up the case? Since you don't trust any institution.
Samson.
Yes,
Samson.
please answer my question.
Samson, I'm answering your question. First and foremost, under Article 88 of the 1992 Constitution, the prosecutorial power belongs to the Attorney General. We cannot take it from him. It is not for us to say that he should not do his work. The court cannot even injunct the Attorney General from exercising his constitutional powers, much less a political party. But we are only sounding a caution that, look, we don't believe the Attorney General to do a good work. However, we need a commission of inquiry so that the system failings will be exposed. This is the point we are making. The system failings will be exposed, and then we can address them as a country to prevent the reoccurrence has become a perennial. It's something that I know that you share the sentiments I'm going to express.
A commission of inquiry, for a clear criminal issue.
Samson, a commission of inquiry for a clear criminal issue, but this is not one-off event. It is a perennial occurrence, particularly when the NDC is in power. And it always involves characters who are high-ranking in the NDC. And so it is not merely an issue requiring prosecution. It's also an issue that will highlight why our systems have failed and continues to fail domestically, only for us to be exposed internationally. And something, you know, there's something I was going to say, which I know you will share. And I've heard a couple of people, including Oliver Bakaboma, also express similar positions on your platform. And I have said that when you go to our investigative agencies, you will notice that even though some deals, some transactions may have real issues, but because boxes have been ticked, it becomes very difficult for our agencies to even prosecute them, right? Whereas, so you notice that domestically, we are struggling to prosecute some of these matters because they have ticked all the boxes. And Roxanne mentioned the fact that even Parliament was complex. And by the way, let me say this to Roxanne. The complexity of Parliament doesn't mean Parliament, right, cannot investigate, because it is not everybody in Parliament that sits on the Committee of Energy and Mines.
Okay, so it's a commission of inquiry you want to go into this matter and not any law enforcement agency, correct?
Samson, I think you are missing the point.
It's a commission of inquiry you want to go into this matter and not Parliament, correct?
Samson, I think you are missing this point. You are missing the point.
The commission of inquiry will abide the Constitution, be appointed by the president. You are going to have issues with that as well, right?
Samson, we are saying that an independent commission of inquiry, right? Independent commission of inquiry. If we are going to have an issue with that, we didn't have called for that. Why would we have an issue with something that we are calling for?
The Constitution empowers the president to set up and appoint the commission, correct?
Well, Samson, when we made that call, we were very much aware that the Constitution empowers the president. And we know we made that call knowing what we are looking for. What are we looking for? an improvement upon improvement of our systems. The prosecution lies with the Attorney General. If he chooses to do it, he does it. But we are saying that on the back of things that have happened, we don't trust him to do a good job. We can't stop the Attorney General from doing his work.
Right. And I realize that in your listing of things the Attorney General says, you actually bring in issues that the Attorney General has nothing to do with, including the security protection for a particular individual, which is not a matter that it's the Attorney General who is a defendant or has anything to do with the case. And in any case, are you then questioning the Supreme Court in how they arrive at a decision which was purely on a technical legal basis and not on a factual issue to be determined? Yeah.
I proceeded to say those things to show the extent to which the NDC is minded to protect its own. And so in terms of prosecution, we don't trust the NDC government to do anything serious.
You refer to Johnson Esiama. You know that Johnson Esiama, there was some report of sort at the Attorney General's department that suggested that he ought not be prosecuted, or he should be taking off the prosecution.
Samson, that report has never been made public. Has it ever been made public? Parliament even invited the Attorney General. The Attorney General hid behind the defenses or protections under the Right to Information Act in Parliament. How does the Right to Information Act prevent disclosure of information in Parliament? That shows you the extent to which this Attorney General will go to protect members of the NDC. And so when we say that we don't trust him, it is based on empirical evidence that even when the law does not avail him protection or defenses, he will latch onto non-existent laws or non-existent protection just to defend members of the NDC. And so with all these examples you are citing, they actually confirm our position that indeed the Attorney General will not do a good work.
Do you recognize that? Do you recognize that Asante Beko, the individual involved, was appointed by your government?
And what difference does it make in terms of something? What difference does it make in terms of the issue at hand?
When he was appointed in 2020, but for the US and their work, which got him to resign 3 months after getting in, he probably would have served the term and so on.
Samson, the good thing is that when the MPP government found out of his complicity, we got him to resign. We didn't keep him. We didn't give him another appointment. That is the difference. That is the distinction.
He was not available for you to give him another appointment. He was not available to be giving another appointment.
Asante Beko resigned long before his arrest in the UK. And so he was available. He was available. Until his arrest, he was available.
Okay.
Samson, you see, the point is that the evidence available is clearly indicative. In fact,
is it your suggestion that $5,000 to each member of parliament who went to Turkey to inspect the plants was sufficient to compromise them to give the contract a clean bill of health by the ratifying it? Oh, his line is gone back.
That is why a commission is at play.
No, you had made a categorical statement. I can hear you. You had made a categorical statement that, but for these payments, this will not have happened. And I'm asking, Parliament was there. Parliament was not NDC. Parliament was the Parliament of Ghana. Is it your position that $5,000 per the members who went, their visas and things being paid for, their flight being paid for, was sufficient to compromise them?
Samson, the facts available clearly suggest that ordinarily we should not have procured the plant at the price at which we procured it. This is a plant which, by the facts, hasn't even worked beyond 15% of its capacity. And so what could have influenced the procurement? The fundamental question is whether or not the influence, the monetary influence, is what did the trick.
What we have come to know about taking a committee to inspect some projects before they ratify or take a decision on it, from where you sit in that house, is it a new thing?
Samson, I haven't had the opportunity to do any side thing, and I'm not privy to what happens on other committees. But the question is this: as a country, is this something that we want to go with, or even if it is?
Okay, thank you very much. Let me bring your other, colleagues who are discussing this issue with on. Bonfetu is waiting. But
let me rebut a couple of things. Look, Bafo, you are a lawyer, and so you must be very careful how you put out names in this matter. Be extremely careful. Dr. Kwamra Donko's name that you have mentioned.
He has issued a statement.
Yes,
and says
he
didn't receive any such money.
You come on TV and be banning his name about. What's that?
He said potential.
No, but it's not fair. Stop mentioning his name.
From what we have seen, this is a fair reference, please.
No, it is not. Once the man has caused his lawyers to issue a statement, allow the inquiry that you are calling for to look into the matter. Don't keep him in the media and be talking about him as if he's been mentioned anywhere in the proceedings. He's not been mentioned. 2, you reference the Greco MD and mention his name and that he's now received appointment. Entirety, through the entirety of the judgment and the proceedings. Was his name ever mentioned? Reference has been made to the institution as Greco. Greco has directors. So let me caution you, please. Some of these things, when you do it, you think you are doing politics. But when people are aggrieved, they will have recourse in law. So you must be very careful. By all means, make your point. But don't be categorical when the facts don't support it. Please. And let me make this point. You are saying that what? The matter has been under NDC and we are not interested. Check the history of this matter and see how long it stayed under the NPP. How long were you in power? It is not for 8 years. Didn't you have an attorney general? So please, don't push these tangents in this matter. We're all calling for a certain inquiry to look into the matter and settle it. You have made a call. I've supported you.
Thank you.
So leave it there and stop mentioning names of people.
Thank you. Yes, Vicky.
Yes, thank you, Samson, and good morning to your listeners and viewers. I'm always very saddened when I hear of Ghanaian professionals who have literally clawed their way to the top of their profession. It's not an easy feat to accomplish. In some of the world's largest and most prestigious institutes, in this case it's Goldman Sachs, and then confirming stereotypes that people have of black people, of Africans, etc., etc. So for me, as a result of greed, really, this is just greed, because as a Goldman Sachs official, you're extremely well paid. I mean, investment bankers are among some of the most well-paid people in the world. By the time you get your base salary plus annual bonuses and all that, it's not a small package. So it's really very sad when I hear these things, because you subconsciously affect the opportunity of other people going forward. The figures being mentioned here are outstanding. $720 million going to AXA, and then outstanding for 2 reasons. So that's one end of the spectrum. The other end of the spectrum is $5,000 to $1 million, albeit with opportunities to make about $42 million in the course of the contract through stage payments and what have you. So, I mean, are we really that cheap, Ghanaians, And also, why can't our institutions work? When you look at the fact that looking at these figures that I mentioned, and then listening to the expert, Mr. Ben Boachi, he says that a contract like this would typically cost between 200 and 300 million. So there's about 420 million floating there. And somebody is taking 5,000 to mess up their country. I mean, we are not well, you know. We really are not. And if a private institution is able to identify that something is seriously wrong, even after attempts to hide things from that institution, then what are we doing? I mean, these are serious institutional problems. We sit here time and time again talking about our institutions letting us down from time to time, because it's not as if we don't have them. We have them. But when we need them to work, it doesn't always work out for us. And then we are publicly disgraced on an international scale, spectacularly disgraced, time and time again. It has to stop. To me, there are at least 3 different ways Ghana could have been harmed by this contract. First is a procurement harm. Because if bribery caused AXA to obtain a contract that it would not otherwise have obtained, then we, as a nation, have been deprived of an uncorrupted competitive process. So that's one. Second, contractual or economic harm. If the corruption resulted in Ghana accepting worse tariffs, guarantees, capacity charges, termination rights, or other contractual terms, there could be quantifiable financial loss. The experts are telling us that we have suffered this harm. So it is proper that it is investigated. And third, institutional harm, which I was talking about just a second ago. Because even if it were the case that the underlying contract provided useful electricity to us at a time when we needed it most, paying public officials to influence executive and parliamentary decisions corrupts our governmental processes. And this third harm exists irrespective of whether the contract was even overpriced. Okay, and we have heard from the expert that it was overpriced. So what has actually been established so far? The starting point is the magical date of 6 August 2026, when a U.S. federal jury convicted Mr. Beku over this 1 million, this scheme involving more than $1 million in bribes to our public officials in connection with Access Power Project. And so what was this holy rain used to buy? Or what was it used to procure? According to the U.S. prosecutors, the objective was to ensure that AXA won the opportunity to build and operate the plant. So that was the equation. Yeah. You give us the holy rain, this is what it's for. And then the evidence included various discussions in April 2015 about $1 million for the Minister of Power, $250 for a senior advisor, and then the $46,000 for our parliamentarians, or some parliamentarians. Of course, the minister has come out, or the ex-minister has come out to say that this is not the case, and he has never even met the man in question. And so that is something that has to be, examined.
Yeah, that's where I was saying, Roxanne, when Nana mentioned the minister, he didn't mention him out of nothing, because they were clear that there was a discussion of a payment to the minister of power. Yes. And he was a minister at the time.
Yes.
I think that's the reason he finds it necessary to actually react on social media and also issue a statement through his lawyer,
look, this is
deny
not true.
that he ever received any payments.
Yes.
Yeah,
exactly.
but he didn't limit it to Dr.
No, he didn't.
He mentioned
He mentioned a few categories of officials. I mean, they didn't come out with names, but the categories. So we should distinguish carefully between what the U.S. jury found about the bribery conspiracy and whether any particular Ghanaian officials, received anything, and if so, what? Who and what they received. We know that various nominee companies were also set up, to receive various monies in the journey of the contract. So actually we should look at that. I mean, because the contract, the 720 million has been paid. So what has happened to these nominee companies, these faceless companies? And they are not so faceless. With a bit of diligence, you can trade, just follow the money.
In fact, they are like SPV.
Follow the money, exactly. Which is, tried and tested, whatever. The only question becomes whether the SPVs are like 1,000 or like 3 or 4, which in the African scenario normally is just some handful of companies. In the more sophisticated scenarios, you can have 10,000 companies and, you spend like 20 years trying to chase these companies. So we need to follow the money to find out whether the monies that were supposed to be collected by each of these companies in the course of the journey of this contract were in fact collected, and who are the faceless people behind these collections. They need to be flushed out. And it's also interesting to know that although Goldman Sachs withdrew from the financing of the plant, the minister went ahead and signed the contract, and Parliament also ratified it. So the contract, the fact that there was no money anymore, did not disturb anything. So that is why I think that the prosecutors are saying that, well, they had paid, so the contract had to go on, regardless of whatever the situation was. It was a take-or-pay agreement or arrangement, and a special clause was then granted to AXA in the agreement to make sure they secured private funding. And, there's an interesting legal point, because you don't need to prove that Ghana received a bad commercial bargain in order to prove corruption, because a bribe paid to secure the approval of even what may be an objectively good contract is still a bribe.
Correct.
And conversely, the existence of a bribe does not also by itself prove that Ghana was cheated economically. However, in this case, the experts have told us that the commercials were not good for us, and the country was cheated economically.
In fact, we were told that in that emergency situation, the procurements we're doing were lopsided, they didn't make financial sense.
Yes, and here's the thing. The fact that we found ourselves in Dumso, which was a very serious situation and an emergency, did not wipe away the need for accountability. This is something that you can't say, oh, Dumso, and then do what you want. No. It did not wipe away the need for accountability, and that's why we are where we are.
Typical of what
today.
Happened in COVID.
Exactly.
As if during COVID we make procurements without
free for all.
Being accountable.
Yes. So we have to keep harping on that point, because every time we have a black swan event or some kind of situation like that, it seems that certain steps are taken which don't inure to our benefit.
Right.
So there are two questions that I think Ghana must absolutely pursue. Where did the money originate from? And who provided the money for the bribe? I mean, to an ordinary logical person, I think the answer is obvious, but it has to be established as an established finding and fact. And who received the bribe? Because everybody
is the Turkish company.
Exactly.
Yeah, actually.
I think you acknowledge that, but you are not saying it as planned.
Exactly. So as for Mr. Beku, his conviction establishes his criminal liability. So that's that. But from our perspective as a nation, it's not enough. Because in a bribery situation, you have the payer, you have some intermediary or intermediaries in between, and then you have the receiver or the recipient on the other end. So the Beku conviction answers the question of the intermediary. He was the one who was in the middle of the whole thing. And then we know from this who paid. So the receiving point is what Ghana has to interrogate at the moment. And I think that's what they're going to, the Attorney General and his team and the OSP and their teams will be doing. A take-or-pay agreement essentially transfers an important part of the demand risk onto us. It transfers it from the producer to Ghana. And in this case, out of 370 megawatts, 332 was guaranteed. I think now that has been renegotiated to 40% or something like that. And I mean, 90% it's astounding. I mean, it's not something that you find ordinarily. So we as a nation assumed a very substantial fixed payment obligation for which we suffered. And in the end, thankfully, it was renegotiated. Even though I think there've been talk about the tariffs being quite low and all that, it's not as simple as that, because there's a lot of, you have to look at the actual burden or a financial burden overall, not just jump to the headline figures of the tariffs. But be that as it may, even a relatively low tariff can become expensive if you are contractually obligated to pay for power you don't need. In this case, we were using only 70% of the total, 17% of the total capacity, So for me, there are questions that we need to answer for ourselves. Was it indeed intended to influence the award of the contract? I think the U.S. court has answered that question. Was it executive approval involved, parliamentary ratification, financing, implementation, and then, as I said, most importantly, who in Ghana actually received the money? So for me, what did the Holy Rain buy? And what financial loss? Let's quantify the financial loss that we suffered as a nation as a consequence of all of this.
Right.
May I?
Hold on.
Okay.
Yes, Bonfe, let's have your take on this. Hi, Doc.
Thank you. Yes, Samson.
Yes, go on.
Good morning. Thank you very much. So I as I listened to my brother and friend Ben Boache and considered some of the materials I gathered on this particular matter, and listened to my friends in the studio as well as my brother on the other side of Zoom, I thought that I should ask this question. Why and how come that in an attempt to solve problems for this country, we end up compounding those very problems and making them more murkier? This is just one instance in the crisis of power issues. Doing so, as we called it, we're trying to call in help, solution. We ended up doing things against all the advice and the precautions. Because according to Ben, and ASAP has been doing a very good job in the energy subsector. Nobody listened. We allowed this to happen. Whatever happened, as we understand, only 16% of what AXA was supposed to do. Any person in Ghana who may be culpable did not have the privilege or the opportunity to appear before the courts in the United States to respond to the allegations. And you know better than I do that in any claim or charge of bribe, there is a giver and there's a taker, and they must be both. They both must be, liable or must be questioned to be able to establish that it indeed happened. So that's why I will agree with my brother Dafia Mopo that we should be very careful the names that we mention when there were no actual names mentioned in the report, but titles and ranks were alluded to here and there. Don't forget, one single name that has come up is that of Dr. Akufo-Addo. Here is one man who has also responded to the charges and therefore give credence to why those who even alleged or suspected he could be the one, could have been right in their hunch or their hunch or their suspicion. But he has responded and denied that. We need to remember that this is one man who, on principle, resigned his position because what he had actually said would happen, happened. That if he failed to resolve or lead to the resolution of the energy crisis within a year, he will resign his position. He resigned. That's honor. That's an honorable person. So I'll be very careful when I am talking in respect of such a person. That is not to suggest that he's clean or that he's innocent of the charges. I'm only concerned that we should go into it. But there's something much more worrying for me. If you read my uncle ABK Amidu, in his very recent article titled, "Will President Mahama Stop Deceiving Ghanaians?" and tell us what happened to the OSP investigations into the AXA bribery deal. In this, makes reference to an act sometime in 2020, on the 16th of April 2020, on this subject matter. And he raised the issue that I think Dafia Mokpo was right on, and my brother Bafo must concede this, that Beku was appointed by the previous regime to a sensitive position as chief executive without any background check, who should have flagged him as not fit for purpose, was a problem for the last regime. What due diligence was done? Where was your intelligence? What was done to check that this guy coming to occupy that position was okay? It wasn't done. If it was properly done, he would not even have occupied the position, let alone now say that he was resigning. And according to Martinamidu, he says he was able to wham, like a worm, smartly got himself into the appointment as managing director of TOR. So we need to look at this. Then it takes me to what OSP and why I agree that yes, the Attorney General is talking with problems. It is problematic. So is Parliament. And yet, even though we may not say, we say that we can trust them fully, yet we are obliged to deal with these institutions. So yes, there's doubt. Yet we have got to work with these institutions. What we can do is to say that we open up and discuss beyond the Attorney General's office and Parliament, because the two institutions all have something to do with where we are now. What can be done? I want to suggest that there is a cross-sectoral committee or commission made up of chiefs, the clergy, the media, civil society, and if possible, student groups, to interrogate this matter. Because what we are discussing is just one issue, touches on or borders on a number of other issues. What kind of contracts were assigned under COVID? Because we were in emergency, so we needed to flout the rules. Presently, we are talking about our road networks. Issues have come up. How are we dealing with them? And so many other things that are ongoing in the bid to solve problems, we compounding those problems or creating more. And the sad irony of it is that it does appear that any attempt to claim to solve a problem seems to be benefiting people. That's why those problems persist. And we never truly get any problem resolved totally or fully, because people profit from the existence or the persistence of the problems. How can we overcome this? And that's where I want to refer to the prophetess, or if you like, the theologian, even though she's not accepted as a theologian in her own denomination, Ellen G. White. In something she writes in the Acts of Apostles at pages 318 to 319. This is what she says. No matter how high the profession, he whose heart is not filled with love for God and his fellow men is not a true disciple of Christ. And no matter how good we may be in our professional calling, if there is no love, accentuating love, underpinning love, engendering love, focusing or emphasized, we would get so many things wrong. And so I raised the question, is there love for country? Is there love of fellow human being? Do we care about our own resources that eventually get dissipated that could have been used for some other important issues that could solve the problems of our country. I beg to say that the answer appears to be a big no in most of our deals. That is why we need to call on ourselves to conscience first and foremost. We must do it right to ourselves.
What should we be doing going forward?
Save ourselves from these perennial challenges. This one will come. What we should be doing is first and foremost follow the money, as my sister Vicky has said. That's number one. Number two,
who should follow the money?
That has happened or that took place under the OSP. I mentioned Parliament. I mentioned the Attorney General's office, Mr. President, the National House of Chiefs. I've talked about CSOs. We should, all of us, even though we have issues of trust, we have no option but to go into these things. So yes, let's give ourselves the benefit of doubt. Go into these things. And at the end of the day, I am sure that if we accept that our problems are dissatisfactory enough and we are not comfortable with them, we want to overcome them, we shall overcome them. It does appear that we are not dissatisfied with our problems.
Should law enforcement be the ones to deal with this, or we should be doing what is proposed by the NPP?
I mean, what the NPP is proposing will not be enough. At the end of the day, another commission of inquiry, and then where does it end? Already, according to this document from Mr. Martin Amidu, there is some, something lest I forget. I heard that the U.S. court had some assistance provided by the OSP in this country. And our OSP has said that they actually were in line with, in touch with the FBI.
The U.S. prosecutors said this by themselves. They said that they received significant assistance from the office of the special prosecutor. They also mentioned the Attorney General, not Akufo-Addo.
I've seen it.
So these are facts that are before the U.S. court. The Ghanaian public that pays the OSP and pays the Attorney General, what have they told us? My brother, and I think this one you agree with me, that the Attorney General owes it to us to tell us what information he has, or he should be seen taking steps to actualize what information is available to them regarding this particular matter. And I want to conclude on this.
Do you realize there may be
wrong requires painstaking effort?
Do you realize there may be some difficulty when the institutions that Nana Bafo speaks about may have to be engaged in this matter? At the time we were talking about, of course, we know that the PURC is mentioned, Greco is mentioned, receiving those monies, VRA, an engineer is mentioned, right? Of course, when all this was happening, the Attorney General's department at the time would have been the ones to give legal advice and to give the necessary approvals that were required. Do you, on the basis of this, appreciate somewhat the NPP's position, particularly that the current Attorney General was the deputy at the time?
The current Attorney General? You mean the one who subsequently became Attorney General or current Attorney General?
The current Attorney General at the time we were talking about was deputy.
No, when the incident took place, yes.
Right.
So something, the point is that, so that's why they are right in saying that he cannot be trusted.
But that's not their basis of not trusting him.
Parliament
their basis of not trusting him is filing of withdrawals, discontinuance, or nolli prosequi in cases involving NDC.
I'm adding this as an additional reason. I agree with them on that one. Mr. Hamidu has also said same. I'm adding that the fact that he was even the Deputy Attorney General at the time is another reason why he cannot be trusted. And yet, I go ahead to say
the man
that despite the fact that we cannot trust him, he has a duty and obligation. He has a duty and obligation to perform a certain function. And we can only allow ourselves that space. We expect Parliament to do its job. So we should be patient with ourselves. And that's the point I was making, that fighting wrong or overcoming wrong will require painstaking effort, that we should forbear with one another, forbearance, and, long suffer each other, so that painstakingly we can genuinely and honestly. But our attitude should be one that is ready to confront the problem and solve it, and not to condone or, if you like, hide something because my sister Vicky is the one whose name has been mentioned, or it is Kobna Bonfe, your brother, who has been mentioned, and so we should take it, keep it under the carpet. That will not solve problems. We need to be brutally frank with each other and be godly.
All right. Thank you. Now, I want us to wrap up nicely. I wanted Ben to be the last to make a comment so that we wrap up. Ben, are you still with us?
Yes, I'm here, Samson.
Good. I want in a minute or two, not more than that. Let's now figure out how exactly we proceed, we go forward. How do we go forward? Do we go to OSP? Do we go to Attorney General? How are we going about it? Martin Abidu references this as something that in 2020 the OSP was dealing with. Yeah. Of course, when you check the OSP half-yearly reports, you don't find anything there at the time. You will see that sometime in 2022, that is when the OSP comes into the matter. Yeah. And now, yes, so what do we do?
Okay, so one, the impression that the turbines didn't provide the necessary capacity power supply need to be addressed.
No, the supply was there, but we were not using it.
Good. No. Because you see, the agreement, the nature of the agreement, I'm told, was that, I haven't read the agreement yet. The nature of the agreement was that we pay only when they supply power.
No, we pay whether or not they supply power.
No, we pay only when they supply. So we need to check this out. And so the fact that it performed under 50% or 16% is immaterial. We were only paying them when they supply. So that's one. Then two, this issue about the laxity with which we have approached the matter. Look, Samson, we can keep blaming, but I would prefer Dr. Ayini's position and the fact that he's taking steps to the fact that when Beekun resigned, like it was said, that the Attorney General at the time was Gloria Akufo. She didn't take any steps. Her deputy, Godfrey Dami, didn't initiate any process. 2021, Godfrey Dami became Attorney General for 4 years. So the NPP can say that they don't like Dr. Ayini. Yes, you may not like him. But the man, the second year into his reign as Attorney General, is dealing with the matter. Which one is more preferable? So they should stop talking. And let's allow Dr. Ayini to deal with this matter. The Yoko statement apparently has just been brought to my attention. Yoko actually traces how they have dealt with this matter and the assistance they have also provided to the US. So, even at a glance, OSP has indicated clearly, has been acknowledged that they provided some tremendous assistance. So there should be some material available in this matter. Yoko has also stated publicly that they have also assisted. So at a glance, two agencies have been working in tandem with the Attorney General to deal with this. So that should be a good news for us. So regarding how we should proceed, Samson, I think that we should have a team from Yoko because they've been in the middle of the matter already. OSP, perhaps some senior lawyers from Office of the Attorney General, a judge, and maybe one or two experts from within CSO, relevant CSOs, to look into this. As for Parliament.
As a commission?
As a committee, not a commission.
Okay.
As a committee
of inquiry.
Yes. For me, Parliament should distance itself.
Okay.
Because you see, we keep saying this, and she alluded to it. Even in the US, we have lobbyists, and they sponsor state officers all the time to deal with issues.
Thank you. Point is
so
made.
Parliament,
right.
We should distance ourselves from this.
Nanaide, are you with us? Okay, we don't have him, but a key question that he would have had to respond to is that within the period of 8 years that they were in office, if they were really interested, what he's suggesting now, perhaps they would have done something about it. Is that not a fair question to ask, Vicky? Or they would have waited until the outcome, as we have seen now?
Yeah, I mean, I think that basically, I mean, for me, they should act. They should have acted.
Okay.
You know, they were there for 8 years. They appointed Mr. Beko to his position as TOR CEO, and they should have done due diligence before appointing him. If they had done that, we wouldn't be in this mess, you know. So these things for me are too important to be pointing fingers at MPP. And
he was appointed 2020, and he did just about
3 months. Yeah.
And the matter came up, and he resigned.
Yeah.
It is not until now that we have known that this is the actual outcome for the criminal process, even though there were civil matters that some of which, you know, he sort of settled earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, look, 3 months he resigns. Should the government at the time not have looked into it? Because there was definitely...
a basis for that.
Yeah, there was a basis for that. Who resigns 3 months into such an important, job? Yeah, you can't start being boss of TOR and then 3 months later you just resign just because of an allegation. I mean, one has to dig deeper than that. So for me, I think that the government at the time should have actually looked deeper and then contacted the authorities to find out.
Right. It was the news, the release by the...
And also, we don't know whether he decided to resign from his own personal whatever, or whether he was pushed by the government to resign.
Right, but certainly he resigned when the matter began.
When it began
taking shape. Ben, having listened to my guests across the table, what will you say is your firm approach to this, including, if anything at all, should be targeted at AXA?
Thanks. Samson, I think my first point will be on the point that Honorable Dafiamepo makes about the Attorney General not responding in time. I think my point was broadly about the state, taking action to defend the interest of Ghana.
So that's okay. Yeah.
If you track this case, it has been at 2 levels. There was a civil case that was ruled on in 2020, which actually convicted Mr. Beko of committing bribery in Ghana. So you expected the Ghanaian state to act to make sure that people who were responsible, at least if you could find them, could be held accountable. Nothing happened between 2020 and 2022 before the matter then became a criminal case by the Department of Justice. So if you saw it, the criminal conviction was actually obtained in 2020, August 2020, but it was under seal until 2024, when on 2022, when the DOJ unsealed it. So there was a fallow period, even beyond the civil conviction, that no state agency acted. If you hear the support that the Attorney General, Iyoko and others are saying they were giving, it was when the criminal conviction actually started that you can trace the state collaborating with the U.S. authorities to actually act on the matter. So that's the point I was trying to make. I was not looking at either the current Attorney General or the past Attorney General. I was making a broad case that we have institutions that could have hopped on the fact that a conviction had been secured against Beku for paying bribes. He didn't contest it. He just paid the 275 million charge, and then also the interest, about $54 million on it. And nobody thought it was necessary to look into it at the time. On the way forward, I think, as I indicated earlier, we need a broad introspection about how things happen. At this point, it's easier to focus on the minister or the high-level officials. But as I indicated, if you are a technical person who is supposed to inform decisions, and all it takes is $5,000, we should be interested in you. We should be interested in those agencies and the individuals who are supposed to be representing. If you look at the governance architecture and you interact with ministers, I have even seen situations where a minister wished that he could get a technical report to back his decision on a project or a government decision because of power brokers and influencers pushing. And if they can secure that technical advice at $5,000, what can the minister do? All right, so we need to dive deeper to see who, committed what offense at what level, and accurately assign a punishment for it without hopping on particular people and evading the broad chain of events that actually happened in this matter.
I'd ask if there's anything you are thinking could be targeted at AXA.
No, I think at this point we have to look at Access engagement in Ghana. All their contracts, we'll have to look at them. We would want to look at them on the merit, and if we can be supported by the state to actually find evidence that indeed they paid these bribes, that could be basis to actually examine even contracts that have been sealed. Much more
potential renegotiations and financial set-offs. That's something I'm thinking about. Is that what you think?
No, absolutely. So we would have opportunity to now look at their investment, the cost of investment. That is not to say that everything that they have done here is wrong, but we need to have a second look at all their engagements in Ghana and be able to optimize the engagement in this country.
So should there be sort of a forensic audit into this particular contract and maybe some other contracts by them? We're looking value for money review. Should something like that be happening?
I think that would be on my mind at this point. But who does it? I think even Honorable Temple was struggling with this. I don't know how we do it because of experience with committees, commissions, and inquiries and the rest. Maybe we can get a third-party audit firm to get into it, examine the numbers. Let's publish the investments that they make. It's easy to track. If these use plans are being mobilized, you can easily track where they were used, how much they were procured, and that should inform how we model to make sure that we are saving the Ghanaian public money.
So as we speak, they are still in our system and they are making money. Is that not so? Hello, Ben.
They have gotten the legitimate agreement. They have legitimate agreements. How they procure it could be subject of discussion, but they have agreement to stay and work in Ghana. So for us, how we got to where we are is what we need to look into to make sure.
And this contract with them has been renewed, and we are saddled with it for how long?
I'm not sure about the number because the first one was approved by Parliament. So you had the benefit of the agreement itself. Then you could interrogate the numbers, you could interrogate all clauses in it. The subsequent ones was done by ECG. So we don't even know. The 2024 one, I haven't seen the contract. I haven't been able to verify the numbers in the contract. The renewed one, I've seen the numbers, but contracts, the initial numbers are not even enough. You need to know whether they are realigned or reconfigured 2-3 years down the line, because contracts can have different wordings in them. So those contracts are not available for us to actually peruse how they were. But I think this process then gives us opportunity to actually look at them and be able to advise appropriately or engage on how we optimize those contracts.
Okay, thank you very much. The government of the day that appointed Beku to such an important public office was derelict in its duty. I draw parallels with Peter Mandelson's scandalous appointment as UK's ambassador to the USA. The Prime Minister eventually had to resign because of the processes that led to that appointment. How can our government appoint someone with his background dating back to 2015 be given such a high public office? If Beku was not arrested by the Americans, he would have served his term. I weep for this country. Dr. Osafo sent in that one. Arrested in UK and extradited by the UK to America to face, as it were, these charges that have eventually led to this. We will move on, but
clarify how much civil damages.
Okay.
So I just wanted to clarify what take or pay means.
Okay, great.
Because take or pay basically in a utility contract, in an electricity contract like this, means that the buyer, and in this case is the government of Ghana, or some kind of state utility, commits to pay the power producer whether or not, an agreed minimum amount, whether or not we use the electricity.
That's correct.
So that is
right.
what it means.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
No, you see, the information I have is that they were paid for the power that they produced. All right?
They were paid, it's a capacity charge.
Matter, yes.
So they produce 370. Whether we take 10 megawatts or we take all 370, there's a minimum number that we guarantee.
PURC had to determine the tariff.
Exactly. And the minimum number in this case was 90%, was 332 out of the 370.
Yeah, so
it was costing us. So
the technical people are saying no. They were only paid. So, for instance, if you have a capacity to produce 10,
should clarify.
And you were producing 2, they paid you for 2. You were not paid for 10. You were not paid for.
Okay.
For install capacity.
It's a contract that has to be renegotiated, right?
Yes, and they did it in 2024.
Ben, can you settle this for us, Ben?
Okay.
So the original contract was under take or pay, the complete amount of power. On the capacity side, you take or you pay.
Exactly.
Delivering the project, I think the optimum megawatt they could deliver was around 320. So it was that on the contractor side. But subsequent negotiation actually cut it to 60% of take or pay for the renewal. But the original contract, we paid for the capacity in the contract.
Exactly.
Okay.
So the entire volume was take or pay.
Yeah, and Roxanne also wanted you to say again how much you said in the civil matter the U.S. was able to recover from him, as in Goldman Sachs.
So the interest.
So the civil matter was between the Security and Exchange Commission.
Okay.
SEC, yeah.
Which found him guilty of bribing Ghanaian officials for the AXA contract. So the judgment was for him to pay how much he benefited directly back to the state. So that was 275,000 plus interest of 54,000.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And which he paid. And it was subsequent to that the DOJ took over and then initiated the criminal prosecution.
All right, we take a break and return to legal vacation matters and the fate of the oral cases, the accused persons, whether or not the courts will proceed with the cases in the absence of their lawyers. And we'll be right back.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is civil buying, and Manisway, Nesansu Mama Hotoso, a bedroom.
Kel Charcoal Toothpaste.
Choose Kel Charcoal Toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
Having gone to Translight Solar, really, it's been one wonderful experience. Since the system was installed in my house, my daytime could be somewhere around 20 cedis. And so I've seen a marked reduction in my bills. And because of that, I am not paying as much as I used to do when I was relying solely on the national grid. My house has now become the city on the hill. With this current doomsaw, anytime my area is off, my house is well lit. Everything is on point. And I can get as much as 13 to 14 hours with my ACs and everything working perfectly well. So I can say, as for Translight, they are the truth, the way, and the light. You have to speak to Translight today. In fact, speak to them now, right now.
Translight Solar. Translight Solar.
Day by Day existing lotion, cream, soap, and more. Day by Day has 4 fragrance range. Upgrade your print game with Konica Minolta, proudly powered by SkySat Technologies. From all-in-one machines that print, scan, and copy to professional systems and heavy-duty production machines, we deliver unmatched performance. Right now, SkySat has an unbeatable offer. 1 entire year of free servicing on all Konica Minolta machines. That's 12 months of expert maintenance for new and existing customers. Visit our new VIP print center at Pegasus Place, Airport Residential Area for a live demonstration. Call us on 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. Again, it's 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. SkySat Technologies. Performance that delivers every time.
Malaria's remedy is Lonat. Therefore, we're gonna use Lonat to recover. You have malaria? Yes, please. Are you shivering? Yes, yes. You got chills? Yes, take Lonat. Lonat. First day, Lonat. Take Lonat. Second day, Lonat. Take Lonat. Lonat. Third day, Lonat. Take Lonat. That's all. Lonat scatter malaria. Lonat scatter malaria.
This advert is FDA approved.
Yes, next. Hey, Nadia Benson, Asamo.
Me didn't tum. Mr. Femi Kalika, just call me cockroach. Now, Mr. Femi once now.
Hey, is that you? Impruka. Yeah. Captain Mosquito, double the action.
Me didn't sasso spray. Mr. Femi sasso quell. Yeah, go to my
Sasso, come on, Tom Preco.
From the heart of Africa we stand, building dreams across the land. Every step we at your side, helping you rise, taking you higher.
Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher. African Bank. bank with global reach. BOA make your future glow. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher. African bank with global reach. BOA make your future glow. BOA, we go there for you night and day. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
Hey, who's the first time you get? It's a matter of
big game today as Ghana faces England.
You forgot the eggs.
And the whole nation is ready. Shot on target. Oh, what a save! Benjamin Asari flying for Ghana.
What is it? Politics is always safe.
Every day, in the moments we love, we rely on clean and safe water that flows from Polytank.
Mommy, good morning.
Oh, good morning, my son. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you, Mom. How about you?
I'm fine.
Joe, I just saw your mom doing her usual morning routine. Like, it was just 2 weeks she underwent a major colon surgery.
Bro, see, my mom is doing perfectly fine, and we're all excited about it. It was minimally invasive surgery, and the recovery has been very fast.
Minimally? Hey! No, wait. What do you mean by that?
So they offered my mom a laparoscopic colon surgery. Laparoscopic colon surgery, which we accepted. It turned out it was equally safe with a very fast recovery time, and the cost involved too was very, very reasonable. She was discharged 3 days after the surgery, and you can see her, she's on her feet again.
3 days?
Just 3 days, bro.
Mean Tuber Hospital, first Ghana Colorectal Center, aim to serve a peculiar health need.
Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-9823-424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better.
That's right. Did you see that? That is me. Without me, that tap would just be decoration.
That's so. So when the water comes, where exactly is it waiting? Pipe. I also didn't see any bedroom no. Me tank. Me na me kura.
At least I move water.
And I keep it safe.
Without me, nothing flows.
What's happening?
I bring the life.
I preserve it.
Hey, why is the water going on and off like this? Maybe I can do it alone.
Maybe I need you too.
Strong, reliable, built for every home.
Syntex pipes and tanks. The perfect
water team. Syntex. Are you strong? Are you tough?
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform, and here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. And thanks for staying with us. Musa Abato is saying that the 900 megawatt AXA thermal power plant agreement was entered into in November 2024 under the previous MPP administration, not the current. Don't mislead, okay? We have seen this going round. It looks like a choreographed message that is going round. It's trying to obfuscate the real thing. The bribes we are talking about were given particularly within 2015. So all of this is actually some red herrings that are most unimportant.
Because then you should have, actually inquired into that transaction. And not merely renegotiate.
All right. So I'm seeing messages from very important cortices that I need to process. So I'll continue, but I'll return to share some information very useful in the manner that has to be shared regarding this matter as well. So let's go to legal vacation. The superior courts, that is the High Court, Court of Appeal, and Supreme Court, are on a 2-month vacation, which happens every year. After 10 months of the legal term, we take a break. And during the break, there are courts that are known as vacation courts. We did this last week already, but the matter actually got to a certain height, and then we are hearing about suits to declare it unconstitutional, suits to declare the vacation warrants problematic, and so on and so forth. So there are courts that are set aside to sit, which traditionally we have known them to sit for emergency matters and so on and so forth. And then matters now are coming up. So one has to be very careful what they say. So let's go on that first and proceed. Yes, so maybe I'll begin with you, Vicky.
Okay.
What brought us here in the first place? Because it has never been an issue.
It's never been an issue, and it's become unnecessarily politicized. That's all our issues become, you know. Because, and for me, I mean, legal vacation exists. It has always existed, okay? And even the Judicial Service itself states that the long vac is, for the superior courts, runs from the 1st of August right through to the end of September. So, you know, it shouldn't, this is not a debate that ordinarily should bring us here. And just as a general rule, vacation is the general rule, but it's not an absolute jurisdictional shutdown, because we know that activities continue. When you look at Order 79, Rule 1.1 of CI 47, subject to the Courts Act, the Chief Justice may appoint any day. It says the Chief Justice may appoint any day, including during vacations, for hearing causes or matters as circumstances require. And then Rule 4 establishes that the vacations themselves are expressly subject to Rule 1. And this is important. So, as I said, it's the general rule, but it's not a jurisdictional shutdown. So my starting point is that I think we need to separate 3 different questions, which I think are being conflated. First, can the court sit during the legal vacation? Second, can substantive criminal trials continue during that period? And third, and this is where Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah's Supreme Court actions becomes interesting, even if the Chief Justice has that power, has it been exercised fairly, objectively, and constitutionally? I don't think the first question is particularly difficult because, as I said, Order 79, Rule 1.1 of CI 47 answers that question. The much more difficult question is how discretionary power has been exercised in this case. And Kojo Oppong-Nkrumah has invoked the Supreme Court's original jurisdiction under Articles 2 and 130 of the Constitution. And his case is not framed, or what I've seen of it, is not framed simply around the proposition that judges can't work during the vacation. He's attacking the Chief Justice's warrants, directing judges to conduct criminal trials in what he has described as selective cases. relying principally on Articles 17, 23, and 296 of the Constitution. Article 296 is particularly important in this context because whenever discretionary power is conferred upon any person or authority in this country, that article provides that that discretion must be exercised fairly, and it cannot be arbitrary or capricious or biased in any way. And Article 23 also requires administrative officials and bodies to act fairly and reasonably. And Article 17 brings in an equality dimension, rather.
Prohibition of discrimination.
Prohibition of discrimination. So equality, basically, before the law. So the question is, if some criminal trials continue during the vacation period, while others do not, what objective criteria determine which cases are selected for continuance and which ones are, are sat upon until October when the legal year resumes? So that, for me, is the heart of this matter. There's an important factual complication in all of this because there's been an impression created by some of the public discussion that the Chief Justice selected only 2 or maybe 7 politically sensitive oral cases for vacation hearing. And the information that's available suggests that it's not quite accurate, to put it that way, because I think 26 vacation judges have actually been appointed nationally, covering courts across various regions in Ghana. And the warrants are not necessarily confined to individual named cases. So we need to be, I think that's an important fact to establish.
On this platform last week, we dispelled that misleading information.
Okay.
That the 2 courts that are hearing the oral cases were sort of singled out and set up to hear only these matters. And we gave the information about the annual ritual and the CJ doing not anything different. Because as a lawyer, I had the information in June that these will be the vacation courts. Actually, the first list came out, and then there was a second list that did an amendment that improved the numbers. So as far as June, I knew which courts will be sitting during the vacation. And they got what you call general warrants. But in July, the warrants for these courts also went to add to the vacation courts. And the warrants are in the same general frame.
Exactly.
Right.
Yes. So it's wrong for people to still be trying to mislead the public on that matter.
Except on that point, the lawyer Atachia, for example, I'm hearing from him particularly. He says when they went to court on the last day before the vacation, their last appearance before the vacation, the judge told them that he had been giving a warrant to hear those cases. So that's what they heard from the judge. And that's what they also repeated to the public. It was not that they were intentional and seeking to mislead. But when we look at the warrants themselves, we can see that it's not
they tell a different story.
They may have been told if they in fact were told that way.
Yes, okay. So they were talking from personal knowledge of, that's fair enough. But this does not completely dispose of the constitutional question, because we still need to know why these particular part-head or newly commencing criminal trials are being required to proceed throughout the vacation. And that brings us directly to the Hanan case, because, Hanan, the former NAFCO CEO, and his wife are facing serious criminal charges arising from an alleged 62.6 million loss to Ghana. And the controversy here is that the trial was scheduled to proceed during the vacation period. And Godfrey Dame, who is his counsel and his wife's counsel, did not appear at the most recent sitting of the court. And Hanan told the court that Mr. Dame has been unwell. He's been in and out of hospital and was expected to even travel. And he also informed the court that there was a pending application of stay of proceedings before the Court of Appeal and requested a long adjournment. And the trial judge did not force the trial to proceed without counsel. He's adjourned it to the 17th of August, so in a few days' time, so that the counsel can address the court. And so I think we should be fair to the trial judge. I mean, I think he did the right thing. Whatever one thinks of the Chief Justice's warrant, his conduct at this particular sitting does not suggest that he was prepared to sacrifice the accused fair trial right, which is their constitutional right, simply in order to expedite the case. Conversely, the defense can't also automatically dictate when a criminal trial should proceed. So that's the other side of the argument. It is no question that every accused person in this country has an unquestionable right to a fair trial and to effective legal representation. But then, having said that, neither the accused person nor the defendant nor their counsel has a right to determine the court's calendar. So this is also something. And filing an application for stay at the Court of Appeal does not automatically stay the proceedings, until a stay is actually granted. So until a stay is granted, the High Court generally is entitled to carry on with the matter. And so there's also another constitutional thing that we have to look at, right? Because we also say justice delayed is justice denied. Right. Okay, so justice must also come within a reasonable time. And I think the public has a legitimate interest in serious criminal prosecutions being determined expeditiously. So I think the defense has some complaints, but I can understand why. I think the trial judge did the right thing by saying, okay, I'm giving you a few days. I'm not giving you till October yet. Come in front of me in a few days' time and come and talk to me, and then I'll make a decision. Article 296 is important here, because if the Judicial Service can say that these are the criteria that we've established for vacation hearings, these are the courts affected, these are all the cases satisfying those criteria, and they have all been treated consistently, then I think that Mr. Dame's constitutional, or Kojo Nkrumah's constitutional challenge becomes considerably weaker. But if the evidence ultimately shows that ordinary criminal trials were permitted to go into the vacation while a small group of politically prominent oral prosecutions were specially selected to continue, then the institutional challenge becomes a bit stronger. There's also the question of the injunction application, which raises a separate issue, because Kojo Nkrumah is also asking the Supreme Court for an interlocutory injunction restraining the implementation of the warrants and specifically preventing the two justices involved from continuing with the affected trials until the substantive constitutional case is determined. And that creates a difficult balancing exercise, because if the Supreme Court refuses the injunction and the trials continue, but then several months later the court concludes that the warrants were unconstitutional, difficult questions could arise about proceedings conducted during the vacation period. On the other hand, if they grant the injunction and ultimately find that the warrants were perfectly lawful, then serious criminal trials would also have been delayed unnecessarily. So it's a balancing act which, for the Supreme Court, to balance the constitutional challenge against the public interest in the administration of criminal justice.
Right.
So that's, I think,
You referenced Article 296, and I like to read it so everybody will hear it. We read it many times, then I'll proceed with my other guest, where in this, it's titled, exercise of discretionary power, where in this constitution or in any other law, discretionary power is vested in any person or authority, that discretionary power shall be deemed to imply a duty to be fair and candid. The exercise of the discretionary power shall not be arbitrary, capricious, or biased, either by resentment, prejudice, or personal dislike, and shall be in accordance with due process of law. Now, pay attention to this. Where the person or authority is not a judge, or other judicial officer, there shall be published by constitutional instruments or statutory instruments regulations that are not inconsistent with the provisions of this constitution or that other law to govern the exercise of this discretionary power. As we discuss, I'm sure this might feature a lot more because it's being raised in the case. But the case is not our attention. Our attention is the discussion that's been in the public until this case was filed yesterday. Bafo, are you with me? Hello, Bafo.
Something I'm with you.
Right. So what's the problem? There's legal vacation. Vacation courts have been set up. Vacation courts are a routine feature of our system. The courts are going to hear cases, and then you say, hell no, this is wrong. You actually held a demonstration over this, that this is selective justice. How so?
Thank you very much, Samson. Let's appreciate it from this perspective. The issue really is not the composition or constitution of legal vacation courts. That really and truly is not the issue, and we all know. It is an issue, or the issue really is that in the course of the legal vacation, a trial is supposed to be taking place. It has become an issue because it has never, ever been done unless the parties and the lawyers agree that they want to submit themselves or they want to subject themselves to that particular arrangement.
It has never been. It has never happened.
I'm saying it is not something that happens during the legal vacation.
How about emergency cases? I've done 2 emergency cases in the vacation, election matters, 2016 and 2024. I've done 2 emergency cases in the vacation courts.
Samson, you did an emergency case in the vacation courts because perhaps the constitutional instrument that regulates the resolution of election disputes made express provision for it. Or the parties and their lawyers agreed that they would do it during the vacation. Otherwise, it is not something that happens during the legal vacation. And as we speak, nobody has ever come to say that this is a normal happening during legal vacation, right? And so there are exceptions. But in the general course of things, it is something that doesn't happen. That point, very respectfully, is undisputable. And you agree with me on this.
So if it's not the standard, but it can be an exception, what is the problem?
Good. And so that is why you read Article 296 of the Constitution. You see, the Chief Justice is exercising an administrative power. And inherent in that administrative power is the exercise of discretionary power. In the exercise of discretionary power, there should be a basis for which certain exceptional situations happen so that people don't read meanings into them. Why is it that of all the criminal cases taking place in this country, and I can assure you that these are not the only cases involving public office holders, but potentially there may be some who are not politicians, but really and truly, there may be other trials that are going or cases that are ongoing, which involve persons who had previously held public office or they are public officers and they are being tried in connection to something that they did whilst in office. And so the question is, why just these cases at this time? If you cannot explain, then it raises question about the proper exercise or the improper exercise of discretionary power. That we cannot dispute. And in fact, when Vicky raised it, look, that really is the point. That is where the whole point is. Why is it not that it is Republic versus Razak, which is being done today? Why is it that it's not Republic versus Kwaju, which is being done today? Why is it that it's not Republic versus whoever, which is being done today, right? And this is how democratic institutions are developed. If you don't do it like that, you build a system of vindictiveness. And so tomorrow, when somebody is also in office, he will want to pay back. But when we know that it's a proper exercise of discretionary power and that there is a basis for which these cases are being done and they are devoid of lack of candor or they are devoid of any witch hunting, then everybody understands that there is fair play. But in the circumstance of this case, when generally you are trying to do something which is not done during legal vacations, and then you are also proceeding to do it in respect of persons who are connected to a particular political party, then clearly you have a problem. For instance, if you look at Kojo Okonkrome's, I think that the case that has gone to the Supreme Court, the Supreme Court is being called upon to sit on an injunction on the 20th of this month. Have you had a situation where, with the exception of election dispute, the Supreme Court being empaneled during legal vacation? You've not had it. And so when these things happen... So
Ransford France will be an election dispute, right? Because Ransford France, they were called to sit in the vacation.
Ransford France?
Yes, it's about elections. Please go ahead.
Yes, it's about elections. So it's an elections dispute. And that's why I'm saying that these things, when they happen in the manner which is an exceptional situation and there's no basis, then of course people will be worried and they will say that... You
are suggesting that Kojo Opon, having filed his writ and issued an application for injunction, you would have expected the Supreme Court would have waited to deal with that matter in October when it resumes. Is that it?
Samson, the Supreme Court registry, when was the last time it gave a return date during legal vacation? When? And so, if the Supreme Court is being called upon to sit during legal vacation, when we have not seen anything of its kind, apart from elections petition, and there's no yardstick, there's no guideline for measuring these occurrences, would that lead you to any other conclusion other than selectiveness?
Are you unhappy because that potentially will dismantle the mischief? And the mischief is that you file an application for injunction, hoping that once that application is pending, the court's hands will be tied. They will not be able to continue with those cases until we resume in vacation. But should you also not be happy that they are recalled to come and sit on the matter, and they will sit on it quickly so you get to know the outcome?
I'm saying, ordinarily, I should. However, when it is an exceptional situation and it is being done in respect of a selected matter, right? Then I become worried and ask myself, what kind of system are we building? Yesterday, most of us were not pleased that a matter will be filed in the morning at the Supreme Court on a Friday, and the Supreme Court will be empaneled on that Friday afternoon to sit. Most of us were not happy, right? Today, this is happening. If you continue like this, you make our democracy fragile.
But is that not the speed and efficiency we have been asking for?
Give us guidelines to ensure, for us to know that this kind of speed will be applied to all cases, not cases involving persons of the MPP. Give us that. Okay? Because if you may accommodate me, let me make this point. Samson, we need to look at this matter within a certain context. And we have to be very frank among ourselves. Okay? We have to look at it within the context of how in time past we have not been happy with how the judiciary has been so cozy with the executive. Today, when you are doing things, right, in a manner which ordinarily, until this happening, could not have been foreseen. Samson, did you ever foresee a situation where the Chief Justice will empanel outside?
Don't ask me questions. I'm asking you the questions. So not long ago, Afenyo Makin filed a similar case like that, and I'm talking about the injunction. I'm talking in a parlance that everybody else will understand. I want to try and strip my interventions of legalese. And you were happy that he filed the matter, and by afternoon, a panel was constituted and the case was being heard. The NDC was up in arms. That was too swift. So what is this?
Samson, what it really is that in the same token that we thought that what happened yesterday was an exceptional case, which didn't have any prior guideline to make it predictable. This same situation is also an exceptional situation. And when it continues like that, you don't have a situation of predictability. And you know that one of the cardinal principle upon which our law tribes, particularly those of us of the common law stock, is the principle of predictability. And that is why judges, for instance, are required, even though Article 296 creates an exception, there is supposed to be a guideline, either in case law or in the form of directive by the CJ. As we sit now, there's no such directive. So that should be guiding us.
So last week I was asking the question, the decision to adjourn a case is strictly in the bosom of the judge that is presiding over the case. If there are about 11 or 12 or is it 13 judges who are vacation court judges in Accra, and they have their cases they are hearing, of course, they are also doing the cases of the other judges who are on break. And as we know, they don't do the substantive cases of the other judges who are on break. They only hear applications that are urgent and so on and so forth. Why not approach the judge and give a reason why the case should be adjourned? Why target the Chief Justice who issued a general warrant, not a warrant for oral cases?
So, my brother, first and foremost, we need to appreciate that the power of a judge to adjourn a case is discretionary. And being discretionary power, it is restricted not just by statute, it's also restricted by practice, right, as we've come to know it. And therefore, the practice as we've come to know it, right, is what I have already stated being the general position. I agree with you. One of the options is to approach the judge. But from every indication, and indeed, if you listen to the commentary that was published in the case of Dubois by Justice Achibonga, my good friend, one of the things that came out was that the judge has said that there's only there are only two bases or two things that can stop him from proceeding, right? The only basis for which he will stop proceeding is when the Chief Justice intervenes. And so from the judge's own showing, it is the Chief Justice that can stop him from proceeding.
You have seen the warrant. You have seen the warrant. Does he really need the Chief Justice's permission to give his adjournments? You have also heard the Chief Justice say what is obvious and what we all know. Adjournments are not for the Chief Justice. So he can actually adjourn the matter. He doesn't need the Chief Justice, correct?
Well, the judge who has the power to adjourn the matter is now telling you that he can only be stopped from proceeding by the Chief Justice. What does that also tell you?
After he says that, then the Chief Justice now says a judge doesn't need his intervention to adjourn any case, which is actually not something new the CJ is saying, which is not something the CJ should say, because that is what it is. Exactly. He has absolutely no business in it.
That should tell you that we have a real problem on our hands. The judge that can stop proceeding with the matter is telling you that is the Chief Justice. And the Chief Justice is also telling you that it is the judge. And so which is which? Who should we go to? As a popular musician said, Yenko ata anasi yenko abna. Who should we go to? Because the judge is telling you that he cannot stop it. It is the Chief Justice that can stop him. Now the Chief Justice is telling you that it is the judge. There is something in this that we have to interrogate. And I think that the judge is really pointing to something. The judge is pointing to the fact that in this matter, my hands are tied because I am under instructions to proceed. It is the Chief Justice alone who can stop me. This is what the judge is saying. And that raises a fundamental question as to the independence at that level. Because we all know that when it comes to the exercise of judicial function, a judge is not under the influence or compromise of anybody apart from himself.
And beyond that, Nana, you have seen, and beyond that, you have seen the warrant. The warrant doesn't say the judge, hold on, the warrant doesn't say the judge should hear only oral cases. So this is a judge who has his court and would have dockets that you have to attend to. So, having seen the warrant, do you think that the judge is right by saying that he needs the CJ to be able to adjourn any matter?
Thompson, that is why I am saying that there's more to what we are discussing. Because I knew Justice Achibonga in practice. He's a very solid judge who knows his law, and I have a lot of respect for him. Justice Achibonga knows his onions. And like you rightly pointed out, there's a warrant before him, which is of general description and prescription. And therefore, he's not constrained by the direction of anybody. Yet he tells you that the only person that can stop him is the Chief Justice. When he's telling you that the only person that can stop him is the Chief Justice, what does that tell you? What does that tell you? It tells you that he is constrained. And
do you sincerely think that this matter should be litigated in the manner we are beginning to see? Somebody has gone to the court to say that legal vacation is unconstitutional, and then another person goes and says the legal vacation warrants issued, should not entertain part-head cases. Do you think these are matters that should be litigated?
Do you know why it has become necessary for this matter to be litigated? It's because it has never happened before. And so everybody is taken aback. everybody is taken aback.
All right.
That in and of itself should tell you that there's a problem.
All right.
There's a rotten onion in the room which we are dealing with.
Thank you. Hold on, Roxanne. What do you say?
Let me.
I'm sure I've heard you, but
let
what do
me
you say?
Yes. Let me invoke the Bible to commence my submission on this matter. And let me invoke Jeremiah 17:9. Said the heart is deceitful, and above all things, desperately wicked. Look, this wicked propaganda against the CJ was done by the GBA, the Ghana Bar Association. And I'll demonstrate why. 4 lawyers, Senior Obo, Senior Goldbod, Senior Tachia, and Senior Akufo-Addo. 3 of them.
Is it Akufo-Addo or Bath?
Well, the bar mentioned they are firms.
Mm-hmm.
So let me straighten that. So 3 law firms supposedly petitioned the Ghana Bar Association, citing facts that are mostly inaccurate as a basis of their petition. Senior Obo, he petitioned directly to the CJ, so 4 petitions in all. If you read Goldbod's petition in part, the reason why he says himself and his firm cannot be in court, he says they are going to mark exam scripts. You have taken a client's money and promised that your legal services will be available 24/7, 365 a year. Day and night, as your lawyer, I will serve you. That is why lawyers, we charge on hourly basis. Your client has been served with a hearing notice to appear in court. You are writing a petition to your bar association, and you are claiming that you have subscribed to mark exam scripts of the law school for which you are paid fees. When you mark exam scripts, you are paid fees. So you are saying that you are prioritizing one legal service over another. As a basis of that, you cannot appear in court. Can that be a basis for which a lawyer says he can't appear in court? Is it not something you negotiate with the judge? They didn't do that. Atachia says that he needs his vacation. He can't appear in court. And the hearing notice that have been served on him, he says that it amounts to selective justice. Why? Because his cases have been particularly given to the judge to hear in the vacation. And the GBA doesn't interrogate these facts. So based on them, then they send a petition to the CJ dated 10th August. And they are quoting verbatim these issues. Now, like you alluded to, my big sister, if you read the warrants issued to the judges, and let me read one warrant issued to Charity Asem. This is Charity Asem's warrant to sit during the 2026 legal vacation. By virtue of the powers conferred upon me, I hereby authorize you to sit as an additional High Court judge at the Specialized Court 2, Law Court Complex, Accra, during the 2026 legal vacation and conduct hearings. Charity Asem.
This is dated
23rd July 2026. Another 23rd July 2026 warrant to Justice Achibonga. It says look, the warrants are like a court form. What changes are the names of the judges, the dates, and maybe the author, because you may have a different CJ. Otherwise, they are like court forms. And I took some steps to dig around. From 2017 to 2026, let me show you the number of courts that sat in Greater Accra alone. In 2017, 2 high courts sat. Justice Mills Tete sat at General Jurisdiction Court 4. 2017, Justice Akabuafu sat in GJ Court 6. That's Accra alone. In 2018, we had 6 courts that sat. We had Justice Mele Wood.
You don't need to mention.
No. Yeah. It's for the facts.
I mean the numbers and the fact that they sit. Okay. They are courts.
So in 2018, 6 courts. In 2019, when Godfrey Adami was then Deputy Attorney General, 11 courts sat. 11. Now in 2020, 12 courts sat. 2020, 12 high courts in Accra. In 2021, 11 high courts sat, and the judges' names are all there. In 2022, there were 12. In 2023, there were 13. In 2024, there were 12. In 2025, there were 13. In 2026, there are 12. So there's a certain consistency within the past 10 years as to even the number. Now, in respect of the data regarding vacation courts, at least I was able to procure the data for this year. In this year, apart from the Greater Accra courts, and if you take Tema and the adjoining high courts, we have about so many courts sitting. Now, if you take Ashanti region, where is Ashanti? Ashanti should be somewhere here. If you take Ashanti region, you have 9 high courts sitting. It's vacation courts. Western region, 7. Central region, 7. Eastern region, 7. Bron and Ahafu area, 5. Volta, 5. Northern region, 5. Upper East, 1. Something, if you put all this together, it comes to 94 high courts that are sitting in the high country as vacation courts. So wherein lies the issue of abuse of discretion? That to the NPP, and they've singled out only 2 high courts sitting out of this 94 in the entire country. Why? Because they have cases. These lawyers who are also aligned to the NPP have cases before these 2 courts. So everything must be politicized. And the GBA writes to the Chief Justice and claims that the Chief Justice has engaged in selective justice. When the GBA, as a professional association of lawyers, ought to have vetted the issues raised before them by the members before communicating to the Chief Justice. And they threatened the Chief Justice and said all manner of things in their petition to the CJ. Isn't the judiciary supposed to be independent? Can a professional group of lawyers determine how the judiciary should conduct its court and the time? Is it not set in law?
Roxy,
please.
Do they question vacation courts? Do they question that? Do they raise an issue that there shouldn't be vacation courts? Is that the issue?
Let me read GBA's letter to petition, a portion of the petition.
Okay.
It is paragraph. This will be paragraph 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Innocent parties in a trial, civil or criminal, ought to not be coerced by a judge to represent themselves at the absence of a lawyer, and it's not considered willful during a legal vacation. No step whatsoever ought to be taken in the matter by the judge, apart from adjourning the case to dates proposed by counsel. Is this what the GB is telling the judiciary that is done during vacation?
Ask you a direct question.
I will answer. And I'm saying that the GBA cannot be detecting to the judiciary.
Yeah, that point you have made.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
my question is,
yes,
all these lawyers and the GBA,
yes,
have they questioned vacation courts that they are a rarity or they are unlawful or something like that? Have they said so?
They have said so.
They haven't.
They have.
Where? They haven't said so.
They have.
That there should be vacation courts. Have they said there shouldn't be vacation courts?
They said they cannot, they don't want to appear before a vacation court. And in fact, don't have a vacation court.
No, they haven't said so. They said, you just read it. You just read it.
Something.
Yes.
Have you read their petitions?
I've read all of them.
Yes. So they are saying.
Let's not misrepresent them.
No, I am not Look, I'm stating the facts.
Okay. Now.
So let's stick to the facts. Yeah. They are saying that, CJ, you have constituted a vacation court.
Good.
And even though you are within the rules, we as the lawyers in matters that are before those vacation courts won't go because we deserve our arrest. One is saying that I have been given money to come and mark exam scripts, so I won't come. Is that a basis to say that you appear in court? Godfrey Dami has about 4 lawyers in his law firm. But who is the managing partner of Samuel Kujeto and Associates? They have 31 lawyers. Atachia has 17 lawyers. How do you write to a CJ that you can't appear in a court because you want to take a vacation? As by way of practice, don't we hold briefs for our seniors even if they travel? So this attempt to paint the Chief Justice bad in this matter.
Can I ask questions?
Yes, please. Okay. Please, by all means, proceed.
So vacation courts are normal, correct?
Yes, they are normal.
They have not questioned that vacation courts are normal, correct? You just actually clarified that a while ago.
Yes.
All the problem they have with is that they don't want to be compelled to attend to the vacation courts. Is that correct?
Okay. Now, there's nothing like compulsion. When you take your client's money, that I will defend you at all times, I will offer my legal services to the best of my ability, you are undertaking.
Okay.
In respect of your availability in terms of time and resources. If you can no longer represent the client because you value your legal vacation, you terminate your legal services with the client, you hand over his brief, he goes to look for a lawyer who can handle him.
Fine.
Now, you don't maintain the client and dictate to the court that even though you have 17 lawyers in your law firm, you can't find even one to continue the hearing in your absence.
Now,
that's the point I'm making.
What is the standard for vacation courts in hearing of cases, as you have known it for the 17 years you have practiced?
16.
16 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Now the point I'm making is this. Sometimes your matter can travel into the vacation. It happens. So as a lawyer, what you do is that you negotiate with the judge. So, my lord, you know this matter. We've spent some time during term time. And so I think that in the vacation, even though we are supposed to continue, can we agree and do maybe two or three hearings and then we adjourn it to October? This is how you negotiate.
Okay.
I suspect strongly that if the Honorable Atachian, my senior, if he had appeared, so my lord, with all due respect, you know the vacations, we take it easy. So let's negotiate and do a couple of hearings. And then from September, we move it to October. I don't think my lord would have disagreed.
Okay, so from what you have said, the standard, as you have known it over your many years of practice, is that...
And I've done serious cases in the vacation.
Okay, that changes the question I'm coming to ask now.
Okay.
Because I just mentioned to Bafo that I've done 2 emergency cases in the vacation. Why were they called emergency cases? Because they are party primaries. And they were held just before the elections.
Election matter.
Yeah, party primaries. So held just before the election.
Time-bound.
Then EC has issued its deadline for the parties to bring their candidates. So, for example, the first one I did, Kwesi Mintim, the judge finished the case on a Friday, gave the judgment on a Friday. Over the weekend, they did the primaries all over again, picked their candidate. By Monday, they submitted a candidate to EC to avoid, not having a representation. The second one in 2024, Wale Wale, that one too, the EC has a deadline. If the case doesn't get adjudicated quickly, if it doesn't get adjudicated quickly, then it means the MPP will lose the opportunity.
Yes, it was time-bound.
Do you think that those kinds of cases are what you call the real emergency cases that are done during vacations, or other cases?
You can do other cases, regular cases.
Oral cases?
Oral cases.
Are they emergency cases?
Why? Everybody is calling on the government to expeditiously hear the matter. Indeed, me, if I were a lawyer in any of the cases, even the vacation would have been a favorable time for me to expeditiously deal with the trial. Because I'm interested in getting my client off. And so the expeditious hearing shortens the time that I will spend on the matter. So it's a principle that we must all appreciate. Samson, 2011, one of those Ivorian opposition leaders, Blake Guje, he was living in this country. He was arrested to be extradited. The arrest happened early July. The processes and the court issued spilled over into the vacation. And we had to continue.
Were you compelled to do it, or you really wanted to do it?
I wasn't compelled because I've been paid to offer my legal services. Do you write and say that, it's legal term, so I'm not going to appear?
Have you had a situation where it was vacation, and you appeared before a judge and he said, no, I'm sitting in the vacation, whether you like it or not?
Samson, you don't do that as a lawyer.
I'm asking you, have you had that encounter?
I've never. By our training at the
This
bar.
is the encounter they have and they are complaining about.
No, Samson, that wasn't the encounter. They are putting a spin. Look, what Balfour is alluding that the judge said, I have been warranted to sit in the vacation issued by the CJ. So it's only the CJ that can stop me. What does it mean? It means that it's only the CJ that can revoke the warrant. You are here doing all manner of things. So if the CJ revokes the warrant, then we won't sit. So as a result, you went to petition. And in your petition, you will not even state the facts. You misstate the facts. The entire propaganda is from here. The judge is saying, I have been warranted to sit, to hear cases. And so I want to continue with the cases before me, regular cases. So if you want me to stop, get the CJ to revoke the warrant. And you are saying that the judge is saying only CJ can stop me, and CJ to say only the judge can stop him.
The last week when we sat here, I actually expressed an opinion that asking for the warrant to be revoked is not correct. It's not good. Because the judge is supposed to sit in the vacation. If the judge is not supposed to sit on just your cases, then if you say the warrant should be revoked, then it means the judge should not sit and hear other cases. And when they sit in the vacation, they are responsible for other judges' cases who are also gone on vacation. So say that, give me the opportunity not to come, but don't say revoke the warrant, and then it means all the dockets in that court will not be dealt with. But Roxanne, I wanted this small inquiry from you. Do you think that a lawyer has a luxury to choose when they go on break other than the vacation?
Given the nature of how our legal year is structured, you don't. You don't. Because when the courts are in session, your cases are essentially, so you have the Christmas break, which is quite short. You have the Easter break, which is also quite short. So it is the legal vacation that we work with. But my principal point, Samson, is that is why we say lawyers should operate from a chamber. That's the requirement. That's why chambers are licensed. You don't operate like a one-man chamber. Because I get the sense that the complaints that they are like a one-man chamber.
You raise that point with the numbers of lawyers. But again, as a lawyer, you know that there are cases that when you are doing, you definitely don't want anybody else to hold.
Samson, it's bad practice. Because my senior Charles Haibot, the Prehodo who trained me, when some of his most difficult cases, he will take you along. That's why you are announced. It's not for nothing that you are announced with your senior in court. So you follow the matter. It's part of the training. You have to be diligent so that, how about if your senior is on his feet and falls?
You always have
that should be the end of the matter. You should be able to take over immediately, bring it to a certain point, and take adjournment. So we must encourage that kind of structure in terms of how we train juniors and lawyers in our chamber. So something we shouldn't encourage this attitude. I call it attitude. This thing should have been negotiated.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Are you sure?
Yes.
That if this matter was not with people who are politically exposed. And
you mean the people before court?
Exactly.
Okay.
And it didn't become a political football.
Yes.
Are you sure you would have supported that lawyers should be compelled to do their cases during the vacation? And that part-head cases should be done?
Some have been compelled before. I won't use compulsion. My client had been summoned to come appear before a vacation court. And hearing notice had been served on me. So we had to continue.
It was an emergency case?
No, it was a regular matter. But the judge says, you see, the other thing that we haven't averted our mind to is that the judges who sit during vacation, they take their holidays sometime in October until about December.
Yeah.
So when you expect them that they will be available in October, November, when term begins, when the new legal year begins, they are not available.
Yeah, we said that here last.
Yeah, they are not available.
Let me take a quick break. Dr. Bamford, hold on. We'll return because I need to take a break. We'll return quickly. We'll be right back.
Upgrade your print game with Konica Minolta, proudly powered by SkySat Technologies. From all-in-one machines that print, scan, and copy to professional systems and heavy-duty production machines, we deliver unmatched performance. Right now, SkySat has an unbeatable offer. 1 entire year of free servicing on all Konica Minolta machines. That's 12 months of expert maintenance for new and existing customers. Visit our new VIP print center at Pegasus Place, Airport Residential Area for a live demonstration. Call us on 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. Again, it's 050-164-5180 or 0302-798-829. SkySat Technologies. Performance that delivers every time.
Late night study session, endless assignments, and now these urchins and mosquitoes.
You guys are sitting here just have you done the assignment Mr. Pachi gave us?
How do we do those assignments?
These mosquitoes. Let me quickly upload this and deal with these mosquitoes.
See miracle.
Abro mosquito spray. Solution to keep your home mosquito free.
Mom, this is what I call a good night's sleep.
Oh yes, baby. With Abra Mosquito Spray, you get to sleep comfortably and wake up refreshed.
Marketed and distributed by Kosharish Ghana Limited, number 5 Sprintex Road, Accra, Ghana. Please call 0243-690-066. Abra Mosquito Spray. One blast, total protection.
Driving VGH was built on a simple idea that driving can be better. It can be cleaner, smarter, and more refined. Today, we offer a range of electric vehicles that meet you right where you are. From luxury models that deliver power and prestige to everyday vehicles designed for practical, intelligent mobility. stop at vehicles. We built X-Charge EV network to ensure charging is accessible, reliable, and efficient. In a dedicated service center designed specifically for electric vehicles because expertise matters. This is how the future becomes reality. Drive EV Ghana, we're leading the shift.
Why? What's wrong?
Paper jam.
Introducing Ghana's leading pay-as-you-copy photocopier leasing company. Lease an A4, A3, heavy-duty or production machine and pay for only the copies made or design your own payment plan. Simple and tietia. That's not all. Incredibly, toners, repairs, maintenance, follow-me printing, centralized tracking all come free of charge. Remember, financial prudence is the name of the game. Folks, forget about the expensive gimmicks and be smart. Join the hundreds of satisfied clients across all the 16 regions and every sector of the economy and save over 60% of your printing costs. Visit us at www.valixlease.com or call 0244-644048. Be prudent and lease a copier. Terms and conditions apply. Valix Lease is a wholly owned Ghanaian company. Valix Lease, affordable document management solutions.
Hi, now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park. Welcome to Safari Valley. Our electric shuttle pulled up, and in no time, our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat, undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown cranes, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults? This price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It's been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Day by Day exists in lotion, cream, soap, and more. Day by Day has 4 fragrance range.
Malaria's remedy is slow nut. Therefore, we're gonna use slow nut to recover. You have malaria? Yes, are you shivering? Yes, yes. You got chills? Yes, take low nut. First day, take low nut. Second day, take low nut. Third day, take low nut. That's all. Low nut scatter malaria. Low nut it scatter malaria.
This advert is FDA approved.
From the heart of Africa we stand, building dreams across the land. Every step we there your side, helping you rise, taking you higher. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher. African Bank with global reach. BOA make your future glow. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher. African Bank with global reach. BOA make your future glow. BOA, we go there for you night and day. Strong as a group, close as a partner. Bank of Africa lifting you higher.
Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner.
In my line of work, a confident smile is everything. Kel Charcoal toothpaste keeps me on top of my game and ensures my smile is always radiant and bright.
With the tiring nature of my job, we spend several hours under the scorching sun. To keep our teeth white and our breath fresh all the time, we use none other than Kel Charcoal toothpaste. Kel Charcoal toothpaste. You're on a Kessie and in a kit one.
Samayo Kendini, a who be here, Semetra Sapapadia to Amame Manfo, Kel Charcoal's natural ingredients, and a bomb is several buying, a maniswing, Nesasu Mama Hotoso, a will beg you.
Kel Charcoal toothpaste. Choose Kel Charcoal toothpaste for anti-cavity, whiter teeth, and fresher breath all day. Available in 80 gram and 150 gram. Grab yours today.
Kel, happy smile. This advert is FDA approved.
This August, the Super Morning Show is done pretending. Sustainability isn't just tree planting, it's whether the systems we depend on actually last. Lights that stay on, water that reaches the bucket, food that nourishes people instead of rotting away, roads that take us home instead of taking our lives. When things keep failing, that's a sustainability crisis. So this month, we're asking why. Why land guards still run our neighborhoods? Why food rots in bins while our neighbors sleep hungry? Why the road that killed your cousin still has no signage? Why half the water you pay for never reaches your bucket? Uncomfortable? Good. That's the point. Stay tuned to the Super Morning Show throughout August for Joy Sustainability Month. Sponsored by MTN and Momo.
Something big is coming. The Republic Bank Joy News Habitat Fair 2026. Change is here. Get ready for the Republic Bank Joy News Habitat Fair 2026. Your gateway to home ownership and exciting property opportunity. But first, don't miss our mini fair at the Achimota Mall, happening on Friday 21st to Sunday 23rd August 2026. Come and explore amazing offers, connect with industry experts, and take the step towards owning your dream home. For sponsorship and exhibition, call Selassie on 0233-233-444. The Republic Bank Joy News Habitat Fair is in partnership with Republic Bank. We are the one for you. And powered by Drive EVGH. Drive into a sustainable future. What?
You're welcome back. This is Newsfile. It's your most authoritative news analysis platform. Here on Newsfile, we put Ghana first. Dr. Bonfe, what would you have to say briefly about this legal vacation conundrum and the possibility that the accused persons in the oral cases are likely to be compelled to do their own cases in the absence of their lawyers? Hello, Dr. Bonfe. Are you with us? Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So, now, it's difficult when I say I want a minute or two. You guys have a difficulty giving me a minute or two. My question is, in a minute, should these accused persons be forced to do their own case if their lawyers don't show up on Tuesday? At least the two of them, they are going back on Tuesday, right? 17th. Okay. What do you say?
The great Chachu Chikata was compelled to do his own case in court in the absence of his lawyer.
Well, he is a lawyer.
Yes. So, you see, the point I've been making is that as a client, you have the right to choose your lawyer. If your lawyer is not available during legal vacation, but the courts are sitting and you have summons, please do the needful. That's all I would say.
Okay. Now, if they have to go for new lawyers, can you imagine what will happen?
Absolutely. That is why. Yeah, that is why we say
the new lawyers will be giving time.
Yeah, the court is a reasonable court.
Almost at the same time.
You see, the court is a reasonable court. The court will appreciate the peculiar circumstances of the accused person and grant some leverage. That I recognize that you have a new lawyer. So let me give you, say, a week or two for the new lawyer to regularize his presence in the matter, get the proceedings, study it, and come back. The court will always do that.
But why must the court go on at all cost during the vacation for these cases?
The court is not going on at all cost. The presiding judge is the one who has the warrant to hear all cases. He decides that when vacation ends, my vacation as a judge is only available from about October ending to November to December. That is when others are calling regular court time. So what you deem regular court time, I am not available as a presider of the court to adjudicate the matters. So it's a judgment call.
Are these the only cases that those judges have in their courts?
I don't have the data, but it can absolutely not be correct.
Okay. But do you find that as the cases are being called, these are the only cases that are being called in those courts from the information we have? So even though they have a general warrant, like all other judges, their courts appear to be calling only oral cases and then closing for the day.
I'll be damned. Because, you see, the vacation courts don't sit for long hours. Normally, they do 3 hours. They sit from about 9, 10, 1 o'clock, they are done.
And only these cases?
No. So I am saying that I'll be damned if that is the information. I'll be damned.
The journalists who have covered, journalists who have covered have told us that they enter the court and the only case that is called is this cases, and then they get adjourned and the court rises.
Sometimes the journalists don't convey the truer facts. So a search, you see, as lawyers, that's what you do. You conduct a search with the registrar of the court to find out how many cases were heard on this particular day.
So it is your expectation that these courts will be hearing other cases?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Thank you very much. The journalist, at least the multimedia journalist, you have a job to do. When you go to court the next time, let us know which other cases these courts are hearing.
Just go to the registrar. Yes, go to the registrar.
Okay, you don't even believe the journalists. You want
I'm saying the journalists should go to the registrar of the court.
Thank you.
It's easy.
Yes, in the circumstance that the lawyers say they won't come because by their experience, part-heard cases are not done during the vacation. Akufo-Addo spoke and said he's done over 40 years as a lawyer. He's never had to be compelled to do a part-heard case during the vacation. A part-heard case, if it has to be done in the vacation, is done with the consent of the lawyers because the lawyers are entitled to their vacation, and like he confirmed, a lawyer cannot go on vacation when the superior courts are in session. So they schedule their rest and other things to the vacation. So they have a legitimate expectation that during the vacation, they will not be compelled.
It sounds before she comes in, the same lawyers who appear before circuit courts in the vacation and do business. The same lawyers.
I think it's fair enough for lawyers.
At their leisure, not compelled.
To expect to have, some downtime in the course of the year. And in Ghana, the profession has been structured in such a way.
So my final question is, in a minute, what do you say? Should the accused persons, because they have been told that the next agenda date, which is 17th, those who have appeared so far, if they don't come with their lawyers, they will do the cases by themselves.
Well, okay, let me wrap up in a minute then. They can represent themselves. I mean, that's a right that everyone has, or you have a lawyer of your choice. And the Supreme Court has held that a lawyer of your choice does not mean that the proceedings must always wait for one particular lawyer who knowingly chooses to be absent, because if we get down that lane, it could just mess things up.
All right.
So, yeah, I guess that's less than 1 minute.
Right. So in a minute, Nana, you are ready that this should happen and the accused person should represent themselves? Okay. Okay, so Nana too is not responding. So let's move on to our next issue. Thank you very much. The next issue is that we have very limited time to be able to deal with this. But Dr. Professor Ebo-Texin joins us. Thank you very much, Professor Ebo-Texin, Associate Professor of Development Economics, Department of Economics at the University of Ghana. This debate over Goldbod losses, Abnase Asare wades in, and then Joy News fact-checks her, and her claims are false, that the Goldbod has made the losses that she claims, and that she misunderstands the IMF's position on these matters. The Goldbod CEO has been very categorical that no such losses can be said to have been made. From where you sit, what do you say?
Okay, thank you, Samson, and good morning to your viewers and listeners. Yes, so I'll first start by saying that the gold purchase program, out of which we derive much of the issues about the Goldbod, is an intervention that you can call an economic policy intervention. And economic policies are public goods. So if you want to seek to maintain price stability, if you want to seek to maintain exchange rate stability, financial stability, and output growth, these are public goods. And they come at a cost. That's the first point I need to make. The second point is that the gold purchase program was intended to help Ghana build its reserve buffers with commodity gold. And therefore, when this program started somewhere in 2022, 2023, it was intensified to the extent that the central bank was building its reserves with gold. Now, the whole transactions from how the central bank conducts that business is that the PMMC, or now Goldbod, by default would purchase the gold, especially with the ASM gold that was formerly being smuggled out of the system, to offer a competitive price. So Goldbod offers the Forex Bureau rates, the purchase of the gold at close to the international world prices. At least provide an incentive for people to stop smuggling the gold, at least from the point of view of the incentive. But the central bank, by accounting principles, will have to enter the value of that gold in their books at the Bank of Ghana rate. So the wedge between the two rates, by design, will mean that it will come at a cost to the central bank. And so that is one of the translational costs that has been on the central bank's book. And so that is the first part of the story. But then, in terms of Goldbod operation itself, if I read from what their financial statements and others are showing clearly, Goldbod as an entity itself is not running a loss. Now, the losses on the central bank's book are coming from a gold purchase program. And so it's not Goldbod losses, to put it rightly. And now what the IMF is communicating is that this is how much the central bank lost to the gold purchase program. And that was detailed in the financial statements of the central bank. If you remember, about 2 months ago or so, there was a lot of debate about the central bank financials. And that came out clearly that the central bank had incurred some losses from the gold purchase program. And If you check the central bank's accounts, you find that clearly stated there. Now, for me as a development economist, my issue at that time when this debate was going on was to ask the question that, is it only about the cost that we need to talk about, or the bigger picture of what a public good does to an economy that was going through crisis? And for me, I think that the focus of the discussion, as much as we want to talk about the cost, is look at the bigger picture of it. Something. In 2025, the exchange rate that was presumed to be, even by the IMF, was going to be the exchange for 2025 was almost 15.9. It was out of that the Ghana budget was prepared for us to make our interest payments for amortization and interest payment on our external debt. Now, through the Goldbod activity, which in its first year as a Goldbod added almost 40 tons of gold, valued at almost $4 billion US, even at a conservative price of almost $4 billion US, meant that Ghana was able to add to its reserves and also support forex intermediation on the markets to stabilize the currency. That ensured that in 2025, the depreciation that had occurred previously in the years before was corrected by an appreciation of 41%. That ensured that our debt to GDP ratio dropped from almost 68% to 45%. That also meant that it was going to translate to lower CD payments out of revenues that we've raised for the payment of the interest, and then also as well as the amortization of some of the external debts. That came with a huge savings to Ghana, almost 7 billion cedis to Ghana, huge savings from that. Now, apart from that, the stabilization of the cedi has translated to a lower inflation. If you look at the crisis from 2022, 2023, the central bank was able, through its initiative, open market operation and others, was able to reduce the inflation rate by half by the end of 2023. That continued, but inflation was a little bit persistent around the 20s because it was transmitting through the exchange rates, which was depreciating to inflation. So the fight against inflation by the central bank was a little bit difficult, even though there were policies in place to look at it in the next years or two for the inflation to decline. But the game changer was the 2025 appreciation of the currency.
All right.
That did not only reduce the rate of inflation to 9.5% at the end of 2025. Now, so for me, as much as we talk about the losses from the gold purchase program, I choose to call it that we are not Goldbod losses. Because the gold purchase program is what Goldbod is supporting the central bank to do.
So from an independent, analyst perspective, researcher's perspective, and because we don't have time, I need you to state again for me in 30 seconds that Goldbod has not made a loss of $1.7 billion. No,
Goldbod has not made that loss. It is a cost that has come to a central bank through the gold purchase program. And that, by design, the translation cost and all of that. And to also add that we've heard the central government announce that it was now going to support the Goldbod to do its own purchases. And so it's been budgeted. So I think that we need to look beyond this amount. And like I said, look at the benefits of the gold purchase program.
Right. And
also to look at the way forward in Ghana, trying to build reserves to sustain the stability that we need for the resilience that we need for this economy to transform quickly.
Thank you.
And so that is not a picture, yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And that was a quick and straightforward one from Professor Ebo Texin, Associate Professor of Development Economics, Department of Economics at the University of Ghana. Again, as I mentioned earlier, if you go to my Joy Online, there was a fact-checking of the statement as made by Abnal Sayar Sari, claiming that the BOG's 2025 financial report rates the 1.7 billion gold trade loss. And they made the conclusion, looking through the financials, that she had done a misattribution in the way she projected her views, and that claim was false. So if you heard Prof, now it does look like we can talk about loss in respect of the gold purchase program and not to say the Goldbod. Those also present a bit of some interesting view there. What will you say, Vicky, maybe in a minute
I think
about
for
this?
me, I think, we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that we are trying to solve an underlying problem, a structural problem, and because with the mass hemorrhaging of the value of our gold, because we all know we're one of the world's significant gold producers, and yet, a large proportion keeps getting out. So that is the statutory purpose of Goldbod, to formalize this system. For me, we need to separate the policy from the cost of implementing the system. And governments all over the world incur costs. Governments spend money, agriculture, supplementing this, supplementing that. And so the question should be whether there's a net national benefit in what Goldbod is doing. And I think the answer is yes. And that is the calculation the Ghanaians should be interested in and we should demand. So for me, Goldbod ultimately should be judged not by whether it's incurring a cost, but whether we as a country are capturing substantially more value from our gold because Goldbod exists and is doing what it's supposed to do. I don't think these debates about, just having a go at Goldbod, I don't find them helpful at all.
Okay.
I really don't.
And Newsfile is brought to you by Bank of Africa, as strong as a group and close as a partner. Chelsea University, educating ethical and entrepreneurial leaders for Africa. My Way Insurance, dial *165# on MTN to join My Way today. Syntax Tanks, it's strong, it's tough. Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature. Waylead, your trusted home builder. Bethel Dental, the smile starts here. Kel Charcoal Toothpaste, happy smile. Palladium Residences, live smart, invest better. Heritage Christian University, educating compassionate and entrepreneurial leaders. Abro Super Blast Insecticide, one blast, total protection. Valex Lease, affordable documents management solutions. And Ngumtuba Hospital, in to serve a peculiar health need. Our time is literally gone, but you live in Tema, right? What's happening with
Goldbod?
Okay.
Essentially, the MPP's problem is that they are treating the cost paid to agents by the principal
as a loss.
As a loss, when it's supposed to be as operational cost, approved by Parliament in our fees and charges. It's the same things that PMMC at the time was doing with Asanska, with red sapphire, and all. So look, a multitude of suspicions do not constitute proof. You suspect that things are not being done. They do not constitute proof that there's been a loss in terms of the transaction. So they should pay attention to the audited books of the entity and stop this attempt to, by all means, drag Sami Jemfin. Sami has told them that bring me to Parliament. Yet they won't do that. And they're in the media harping on this matter when apparently there's been no loss. So that's about Goldbod briefly.
Yeah, and we can't abandon Goldbod because it's costing
Yes, so as I said, our time is almost
Yes. So let me, if I can deal with the other matter that you are. Now, this Tema matter, there are a group of people in committee, in site 3 and site 8 in committee 1. Now, the TDC has taken some steps to do what they call urban renewal, to demolish a flat and build a new one. In June 2025, they sued. You engage them. They said no. They purchased the flat from TDC. So you cannot come back and claim that you own the entire flat, you demolish and you are building a new one. So you won't listen. So they went to the High Court. The parent relief is a declaration that the flats standing in the names of the residents, some residents of Site 3 and Site 8 as members of the association were true owners of the property. And they applied for an injunction. You wouldn't appear. The court granted the injunction. And they served the injunction on you. You still proceeded to demolish the property and have galvanized yourselves, and you are building in breach of the High Court order. So they had to petition the mayor, Mayor Bright. That was when she came into this matter. Because me, I've been advising that, look, stay in your lane, please. Even if the guy says he won't come for permit, you stay in your lane and do your work. But her own residents petitioned her. So she comes and says, no, in any case, you don't have a permit. So stop the work and let's engage. Instead of the police helping to effect a court order, they won't. They are rather following the TDC man to bring them to the site and, as it were, police the work so that construction can go on.
The work that's been injuncted.
The work that has been injuncted by a High Court order.
Of the injunction.
How can me? I'm so scandalized by this that you have an appointee in this government who do things and then everybody
this
will be
has
attacking the
escalated
government.
to the president.
Yes, that's the sad aspect that the old man must now come into this matter.
Should we be wasting the
when you are supposed to be as a public officer, you must respect order, due process. Even if you have an issue, the plaintiffs are saying that no, we are in court. So go to court. You can withdraw the matter and settle. We do that all the time.
Of course.
And it's the matter is being painted as if it's about the mayor who is resisting government construction. You need permit. Every civil construction, you need permit.
Okay, let's see how.
So I believe that Monday this matter will be.
Let's see how it pans out. Okay, thank you very much for that.
Pleasure.
Roxy Nelson Eche Kwame Dafeamapo is a lawyer. He's national president of the Ghana Law Society. He's MP Saldai and Majority Chief Whip. Earlier you heard us speak to Nana J. Bafuewa, Vice Chair, Subsidiary Legal Legislation Committee and Member, Constitutional and Legal Affairs Committee of Parliament. Victoria Bright is right here, has been with us from the beginning till now. International corporate lawyer and entrepreneur. James Kobna Bonfair Jr., CEO Census and lecturer UPSA, was with us, left us in the middle of it. Ben Boachi also joined us with the AXA matter. He's Executive Director, Africa Center for Energy Policy. There's a new road traffic law in town. Do you know about it? Do you know things have changed about how you're supposed to conduct yourself on the roads? Join me tomorrow, 2 p.m. on my weekly legal clinic, The Law. We'll be right back.
Why? What's wrong?
Paper jam.
Introducing Ghana's leading pay-as-you-copy photocopier leasing company. Lease an A4, A3, heavy-duty or production machine and pay for only the copies made or design your own payment plan. Simple and tietia. That's not all. Incredibly, toners, repairs, maintenance, follow-me printing, centralized tracking all come free of charge. Remember, financial prudence is the name of the game. Folks, forget about the expensive gimmicks and be smart. Join the hundreds of satisfied clients across all the 16 regions and every sector of the economy and save over 60% of your printing costs. Visit us at www.valexlease.com or call 0244-644048. Be prudent and lease a copier. Terms and conditions apply. Valex Lease is a wholly owned Ghanaian company. Valex Lease, affordable document management solutions.
Palladium Residences in Achimota isn't just an address, it's the home you truly earned. Secure your place with just a 10% deposit and choose from beautifully designed modern apartments or spacious townhouses built for everyday comfort. This is more than a building. It's a vibrant, curated community with a clubhouse, state-of-the-art gym, and an on-site hotel, all at ABC Junction, minutes from Achimota Mall. Enjoy city energy while retreating to your private sanctuary. Call now to reserve your unit and benefit from limited launch incentives, including priority unit selection, executive pricing, and flexible payment options available. Don't miss the chance to pick the best homes. Book your private site visit today. Call 050-9823-424. Palladium Residences. Live smart, invest better.
That's right. Did you see that? That is me. Without me, that tap would just be decoration.
That's so. So when the water comes, where exactly is it waiting? Pipe. I also didn't see any bedroom no. Me tank. Me na me kura.
At least I move water.
And I keep it safe.
Without me, nothing flows.
What's happening?
I bring the life.
I preserve it.
Hey, why is the water going on and off like this? Maybe I can do it alone.
Maybe I need you too.
Strong, reliable, built for every home.
Syntex pipes and tanks. The perfect
water team. Syntex. Are you strong? Are you tough?
So this strategy will lead. Oh no, not again.
Sir, relax. The generator will come on now.
The generator is not working.
Why stress yourself when the experts are just one tap away? Introducing Left Power, the smart emergency support app from Left Signature Limited. With Left Power, certified engineers respond fast, anytime, anywhere. No delays, no stories.
Hello, sir. This is Left Signature Limited. The request has been received and our engineers are already on their way. Please relax. We've got you covered.
This is professional. Every Left expert is certified, verified, and can be tracked in real time. Oh, you'll know they're coming before they even arrive. From electrical engineering and solar power systems to data center management, cloud services, smart automation, and software development, Left Signature delivers excellence, fast, reliable, and professional. Left Power.
Your solution is just one tap away.
Available on Play Store and App Store.
Drive EVGH was built on a simple idea that driving can be better. It can be cleaner, smarter, and more refined. Today, we offer a range of electric vehicles that meet you right where you are. From luxury models that deliver power and prestige to everyday vehicles designed for practical, intelligent mobility. But we didn't stop at vehicles. We built X-Charge EV network to ensure charging is accessible, reliable, and efficient. In a dedicated service center designed specifically for electric vehicles because expertise matters. This is how the future becomes reality. Drive EV Ghana, we're leading the shift.
Now let me share my wildlife experience with you at Safari Valley Eco Park.
Welcome to Safari Valley Eco Park.
Our electric shuttle pulled up and in no time our tour began. We were surrounded by wildlife from the moment we entered the eco park. We were greeted by experienced tour guides who took us through orientation and how to better enjoy the experience. Watch these animals roam freely in their natural habitat undisturbed by our presence. We saw zebras, sable antelope, brown crane, mara, silky chicken, nyalas, Shetland ponies, and so many animals I just couldn't keep up. Our tour guides taught us so much about the wildlife, their behavior, and how to interact with them. I even fed them. We also went fishing on a man-made canal. Then we took a break to have lunch in this serene environment. All this amazing experience for this price for adults, this price for teenagers. It's a bargain. As the sun began to set, it was time to go back home, but not before dinner by the campfire. It has been a thrill of a lifetime, and I can't wait till my next visit.
Safari Valley Eco Park, bringing you closer to nature.
Good afternoon and welcome to The Sages. And on The Sages, we speak to eminent Africans. Eminent Africans who've lived through this continent, have experienced the continent, some having international experience, and they share their perspectives about the African continent and how they believe the African continent can be transformed. Last week, we began a conversation with Professor Abdoulaye Keita, originally from Mali-based